And a very good morning to you, one and all, from the county ground here in Beckenham. More live cricket. The South East Stars taking on the Blaze in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy playoff. This is Jamie Reid. I'm delighted to be here with you alongside my co-commentator for the day. A very good morning to Michael McCann.
Good morning, Jamie. Good morning, one and all. There is no tension quite like knockout cricket. Eliminator sport. A spot in Sunday's final against the Blaze up for grabs. And after weather yesterday that I think even for a winter's day in the UK would have been considered a bad one, we are oh so relieved and slightly shocked, would it be fair to say, to be here with the sunshine out. It's pottering at around 18 degrees and we're going to start on time.
Indeed, yeah, which is a real positive. Stars qualified for the playoff after a resounding victory over Central Sparks on Saturday. The winner of today's playoff will face the Southern Vipers in Sunday's final, and that game will be at the county ground in Northampton. Let's have a look at our two teams for today. News from the middle: the South East Stars have won the toss and elected to bat first. Michael will be on commentary duty very shortly, but firstly, let's take you over the Stars. Alexa Stonehouse, Kira Chatley, Bryony Smith, the captain. Alice Capsey comes into the side, one change for Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones. Alice Davidson-Richards is there, so too Eilish Cranstone. Paige Schofield, the South African, has been in fine form in this competition. Chloe Hill, Bethan Miles, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, and Danny Gregory. Kalia Moore is the 12th. The Blaze line up as follows: Marie Kelly, Lizelle Lee, Sarah Bryce, Georgie Boyce, Catherine Bryce, Ella Claridge. Sophie Munro is the one change coming in for Teresa Graves. Lucy Hyam, Kirsty Gordon captains the side, Josie Groves, and also in the side, Grace Ballinger. Michaela Kirk is the 12th. The two on-field umpires, James Treadwell and Grace Banbury. The match referee is Sarah Bartlett. We're going to get underway very shortly. Your commentator is Michael McCann.
Yes, it's all set up perfectly. All the more helped by Jamie setting the scene so nicely. Remember, you can get in touch on social media at Jamie D. Reid and at This Is McCann. This is McCann, MCCANN. The two teams on at SE Stars Cricket and at the Blaze Cricket. Hashtag fired up, the one that the Blaze most commonly use, but it must be said that teams have been finding ways to extinguish them in recent times. 4 losses from their last 5 completed games has seen them go from being favourites to win the group to win this eliminator, where Grace Ballinger starts right on the money against Kira Chatley. Now, Ballinger will be a big early threat in this contest. She's added a yard of pace to her game this season. That's something that Blaze head coach Chris Guest had been warning for us to look out for from the start of the campaign. She's the 6th highest wicket taker in the competition this season, and it's deliveries like that that show you exactly why. Oh, and it's deliveries like that that demonstrate her excellence. One of the top wicket takers in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy has won with just the 2nd ball of this eliminator. And it is the end of Kira Chatley, who so often is a dependable anchor at the top for the South East Stars. A little bit of shape back in from Ballinger, and the middle stump out of the ground.
Well, as you say, there was that shape. It's been a very, very good start. The first 2 balls from that City end, very, very impressive. The batsman not playing a shot as it came back in, and that really is the dream start, isn't it, for the Blaze? Coming to the wicket, the skipper.
Kira Chatley goes. Best of 61 against the Sparks, which came at the weekend. Would have been feeling in confident nick, and instead Bryony Smith, who often has a happy knack of coming out and dominating the power play, making big contributions in it, is going to have to be slightly watchful here. Might have to rein back some of her naturally aggressive instincts, because she faces a pumped up Ballinger, who, just as I was mentioning her wickets tally, adds another one to that. She now has 18 in the competition this season at an average of just a tickle under 20. And you might be wondering about, well, does the economy rate come with that? She's bowled more maidens than anyone else as well. She's bowled 11. Freya Davies the next best with 8, and she's charging in, hunting not just a wicket maiden here, but fancying knocking over Bryony Smith. We'll have to re-bowl that one though. Signal wide by Grace Banbury, 22 years old, the youngest on the ECB list. She's made the long trip from Manchester for this one. Trainee doctor, medical student, thankfully managed to get a bit of late notice leave of a day off, saying that she'd catch up. Nicely bowled from Ballinger, right on the spot. Ballinger here with a 6-3 field, a deep third and a deep square leg. Can't really afford to stray too much onto the pads of Smith.
Lovely ground to come and watch cricket. Beckenham, always a good wicket here. Only 7 miles away from southeast, or from central London I should say. We're in southeast London today.
Still not the first runs off the bat into the covers. Yeah, I had a little look at the pitch with the 2 umpires. Was a feeling that it was a pitch that reflects the time of the year, shall we say. It is a very used wicket. There is some visible live grass on there. It will do plenty for Ballinger. I know a couple of eyebrows were raised by Stars winning the toss and choosing to bat, but they clearly feel like it's going to get worse through the day. As Smith is playing that one sensibly and with the kind of respect that it deserves from Ballinger.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, when you win the toss, maybe on a day like today you're kind of glad you don't win it, because we've been told rain could be coming at 2 o'clock. Whether that materialises or not, we don't know. You could say maybe you've got the best of the batting conditions because the sun's out at the moment and you want first use of the wicket. So it was always going to be a tricky decision for Bryony Smith.
Nice looking straight drive from Smith. Straight at mid-on to complete the first over, which is an excellent one from Ballinger. 1 for 1.
Delighted to get that wicket early on. Ballinger, as you've quite rightly said, throughout, Michael, bowling very, very nicely in this competition. She's been one of the standout performers, and it showed. It's going to be interesting to see if the other bowlers can back that up, because the South East Stars do have plenty of batting talent to come. We've mentioned about the likes of Alice Davidson-Richards. We know how good she is back in the England side, and of course Paige Schofield has been superb in the competition. So there is plenty of variety, there's plenty of hitters, and South East Stars will be hoping to put a good score on the board here. They'll want to get through to the final and win this Eliminator.
So opening the bowling alongside Ballinger from our end of the ground, the Beckenham end of the ground.
Catherine Bryce.
Wow, I mean, a difficult cricketer to introduce. You don't really know where to start. With her little in-swing and her sister Sarah standing up to the stumps, has achieved so much, and it's quite extraordinary how much she's done for one so young. Associate Cricketer of the Decade for the 2010s, and she only made her T20I debut in 2018 for the Scots. And well, if you're maybe watching for the first time, you might think, well, this looks like sort of innocuous in-swingers, but it's a very tricky proposition for an opening bat, particularly a youngster like Alexa Stonehouse to deal with. Sarah Bryce stood up to the stumps, and Catherine is unerringly accurate. And again, right on the spot. Now, Stonehouse is someone, the 18-year-old, is often sent up for the Stars with a bit of a licence to hit. But it's easier said than done to do that when you've got Catherine Bryce putting the ball on the spot, and your fellow opener has just been castled by Grace Ballinger. Slightly back of a length that time. Again, Stonehouse just keeps it out. Stonehouse part of that under-19 World Cup squad. We'll have the licence to be aggressive here, but it'll be interesting to see how much of that has changed with that early wicket. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Just a bit too much swing for Catherine.
Yep, just straying down the leg side onto the pads of the batter, and it's difficult for the batter because you've got the keeper standing up, you can't come down the track, and you need to make sure that you're good against this accuracy.
Stonehouse just turning that away, but straight to square leg. So still yet to see a run off the bat.
I do like the way Catherine Bryce looks to vary her pace as well.
And again, right on the button from Catherine Bryce. So that is the end of the second over. It's a maiden as well. 1 for 1.
Yeah, just those two wides that we've seen so far, one from either end from the two bowlers. Other than that, they've been very impressive. Ballinger picking up the early wicket, and that would have been the chat, I would think, in the Blaze dressing room. Let's try and take some early wickets, make some early inroads into the top. Hortons just step there and find the grandstand on the far side, and they'll be shocked, certainly if they're following the stars, that Kira Chatley is already back in the hutch.
Yeah, of course, plenty of discussion about where this game's being played. That can't be ignored. It was the Blaze that should have had home advantage. It's Balin second. They're getting but a lack of suitable available ground. East Midlands means that we're here in Kent. Our playing and support staff would naturally embrace the chance to host the fixture, but general unavailability of our usual home grounds and difficulty reserving a quality venue, the need for which we could only confirm at a late stage, meant it wasn't possible on this occasion, said James Cutt, the Blaze's Director of Cricket. Oh, awkward from Smith, who was trying to flick that away into the somewhat more vacant leg side, and ends up getting a leading edge down to deep third. So it is a very unconvincing first run of the bat for the day, very much in keeping with the momentum of the early part of this contest. 3 for 1.
Well, you raise a good point, because it very much gives the advantage to the Stars that they're going to be on home turf for this one, Michael. They've played here at Beckenham, they've played at Guildford, you know, they do have the range.
Sounding good off the middle of Stonehouse's bat, but again, it is an orthodox defensive shot that very much fits what the situation needs. James Cutt adding, it is important too that we play the fixture at a ground and on a surface suitable for the standard of the competition, and Beckenham fits that bill, and so here we are. I think it's fair to say not many Stars fans were expecting to be here a week ago with the way qualification was looking. So that's just nibbled away down through fine leg, and it is Stonehouse's first runs, or run to be precise, of the day. Of course, the Stars won what was effectively a quarter-final at the weekend against the Central Sparks. Whichever side won that would get into the top 3, but they knew that they were very likely to be in third, and so facing an away game. And instead, they've ended up here, and they're all too happy about it. Little advantage potentially. Smith just manipulating this into the space at mid-wicket, and won't quite go for the first boundary of this one, but it will be a pretty comfortable trotted 2. 6 for 1.
Yeah, the bottom hand coming into play, just shoveling it round the corner, picking up the 2 runs. They look to try and run that first one hard, hoping that they might be able to turn 2 into 3, but good bit of fielding down on the boundary's edge after that long chase. The throw came in, and Bridle just for the couple of runs.
Smith doesn't quite time that one. Was thinking of something more powerful and slightly pulled out of it at the last moment. So end of the third over, and Blaze on top early doors. 6 for 1.
Yeah, indeed, ball has dominated bat, hasn't it, so far? As a plane just goes overhead, we are under the flight path of the city air, so anybody going into London City, we will of course be able to give you a wave, or you can give us a wave from up on the plane, no doubt going somewhere nice. And we're very fortunate to be somewhere nice here this morning And we're well set for the day with the weather set fair for the time being.
Catherine Bryce continuing and typically tidy once more. Bryce, who recently led Scotland to the global qualifiers, which will be early next summer. Stonehouse wanted one, no real prospect of a single in there, rightly sent back by Bryony Smith. Scotland and the Netherlands making it through out at Desert Springs in Spain. France and Italy, the newcomers to the highest level of European qualifying, out on progressing further. So, a nice looking shot from Alexa Stonehouse, but it is straight at cover. Bryce missing out on the first game of that tournament, up to taking captaincy duties and then swanning in for game 2 onwards and leading the Scots to finishing above the Dutch on net run rate. Again, Stonehouse with a good looking shot for naught. Bryce charging through her over. Deep square leg and deep third. Pretty conventional field here. 5-4 for the in-swing. And again, and Stonehouse, well, it's easy to say from the commentary box, but you wonder at what point the youngster might blink here, because she's got to do something to make Catherine Bryce think twice. At the moment, Bryce can just stick on that length. Bryce just a tiny bit more back of a length that time, worked away but straight to square leg, so that's the end of a maiden from Catherine Bryce. Classic Bryce really. End of the 4th over, 6 for 1.
Well, it's clever, isn't it? Just rattling through the overs, making sure that you make it difficult, and it's going to be thoughtful therefore for the two batters out there in the middle. Bryony Smith, of course, the leader of the side, and she'll just be able to have a little chat and make sure that she keeps Stonehouse going, because the last thing you want to do is panic in situations like this. You've got 50 overs per side.
So, 5th over and Ballinger to get us started. Or to continue, I should say, beg your pardon. Get us started in the 5th over, you know what I meant. It's turned away by Smith. Now Stonehouse is 1 off 14 here. The pressure has very much built on the 18-year-old. Who is nice and calm in the situation and guides this away and has managed to thread it through in the gap between cover and point. And thanks to some good quick running, they'll get back for 3 as well. Big cheers from the Stars dugout away to my right. They're all too aware of the game within a game and the relief of the pressure from playing a shot like that. Didn't try and hit it too hard either, so some encouraging early signs for Alexis Stonehouse.
We just put a penny in the meter. I think there might have been 1 or 2 issues just hearing me, but hopefully they've been eradicated.
Oh, nice from Ballinger. Very much bat on ground, hence the sort of at most half-hearted appeal. Turned away, out towards deep backward square for 1. He's particularly strong through the onside. Smith. He does like to counter-attack in a power play, but sometimes, just like what we've seen early doors here, you've got to respect what is some very good bowling.
Well, you can see she caught it fairly low on the bat. She's just inspecting the toe.
Stonehouse, well, that's one of those. The opener might say they guided it away. The bowler might want to think that they edged it. What's for sure is it's 1 through 3rd.
Yeah, we'll give the young batter the benefit of the doubt. Just opening the face, running it down to 3rd. Picking up a single.
Most productive over of the innings so far here. Still time left to add to it. Full toss. Comes off the left foot of Ballinger and out to mid-off. Unconventional bit of tag team fielding to finish off that one. 12 for 1 after 5.
Indeed, yeah, I'm not sure I'm quite brave enough to do that in my follow-through, but it was a good fancy bit of footwork. You need to be very careful there. Just pushed it to the fielder at mid-off, and between them they were able to stop any thoughts of the single. 12 for 1 is the score. Kira Chatley, the only wicket to fall so far, bowled by Ballinger for no score, and that was in the opening over of the innings. The two not-out batters, Alexa Stonehouse, who opened up, and Bryony Smith, who's come in to keep her company. It's Stonehouse on strike, and we are going to see Catherine Bryce just continuing here, running up past the umpire, James Treadwell, the former Kent off-spinner who had the opportunity to captain England in his career. Very good club man for both Kent and the national side, very highly regarded by everyone who played with him. Bryce on her way again and on the money once more. Showing the bat maker's name, Stonehouse just pushing back down the track, and as you would expect, the Blaze fielders up for the challenge. They're moving around very nicely in the field, and they know that they're in a dominant position so far, picking up that early wicket. Again, a carbon copy delivery. Straight on, middle and off, and it means that all the batter can do is just push to straight mid-wicket and no thoughts of a single, with those fielders on their toes. Bryce at the top of her mark once more, and this time Stonehouse is driving down the ground very elegantly. It beats the fielder at mid-off and runs down to the boundary's edge, and that will certainly release some of the pressure. Takes the score on to 16 for 1. We're watching the 6th over of the innings.
Yeah, that is a gorgeous cricket shot from Alexa Stonehouse. It's easy to see why she was part of that under-19 World Cup squad and why so many are so excited about her future in the game.
Bryce has got the ball back. It's been dried by the fielder. That's going to be a perennial problem with the rain that we've had over the last few days. Lots of it has fallen in the southeast of England. This time we see the batter just cover up, and no thoughts of a single. Lizelle Lee just moves it round the field. Vastly experienced South African is fielding at mid-on here. Bryce is bowling to Stonehouse, who's driving down the ground again, and it's going to be another boundary, just racing away through the quick outfield. Once it beats that inner ring, you know that you're going to get value for your stroke. Very, very impressive from Stonehouse. A nice way to end the over. 20 for 1, 6 gone.
Yeah, if any two shots signal that you are in form and feel like it might be your day, then that is the pair from Alexa Stonehouse. Just 150 in this competition so far this season, when she's been given that opportunity up the top of the order. I mean, both of those deliveries weren't necessarily poor deliveries from Catherine Bryce, maybe a touch over pitched, but to put them away like that really does give you that feeling of confidence. Now Ballinger charging in.
Yep, certainly that last one appeared to be over pitch, and she could just lean into it, push the ball down the track. This time Bryony Smith at the start of the next over, not really timing that shot, and as it is, she doesn't pick up any runs for her troubles.
Now, do you know one thing I didn't even have the chance to mention before it happened, so it now looks as if I'm saying it in hindsight. It's my goodness me, has Grace Ballinger enjoyed playing against the South East Stars this season?
Yep, she was very impressive, wasn't she, in the group match here at Beckenham. Started very nicely, left the field with a hamstring injury, as this time driving down the ground and not even running is Bryony Smith. She knew that she'd get full value if she could beat Lizelle Lee, diving goalkeeper fashion, looking to try and stop the boundary, but as it is, too much pace on that shot, lots of power, and it's run down to the boundary's edge for another 4. This time Smith in on the action.
Yeah, she does have a strike rate of above a run a ball in the competition this season, so you felt like it was not going to be too long before she burst into life. 5 of 13 before that.
Ballinger at the city end, running up past Grace Banbury, our umpire, driving down the ground is Bryony Smith, but only to the fielder who set a fair way back at mid-off, just moving across, dot ball.
So Ballinger took 3 for 26 off her 8 overs when these sides met at Nettleworth in mid-July, as Stars took victory in a low-scoring game, and then followed that up with 4 for 54 here 11 days ago, as the Stars once more were victorious.
Yep, she was certainly impressive with the new ball, good up front. This time Bryony Smith pushing down the track and picking up a single, running hard to make sure that she was going to get to the danger end.
So thanks to that wicket that she's just taken about 15 minutes or so ago with the second ball of this game, she now has 18 wickets in the competition, 8, almost half, coming against the Blaze. It does reflect a wider head-to-head that is very one-sided. 4 wins from 4 in the 50-over format for the Stars.
Ballinger on her way once more. Stonehill's perfect in defence.
Now, before people write in or tweet in, or whatever it is that people do these days, send a message in a bottle, just to be clear for statistical accuracy. That, of course, includes the Lightning era, because the Blaze have only been the Blaze since the start of this season. They did win by 5 wickets against them in the Charlotte Edwards Cup in the T20 format back in May, but 4 wins from 4 for the South East Stars in 50-over stuff.
He's a great guy to work with, Michael McCann. He's got the accuracy of Glenn McGrath. Here is Ballinger showing great accuracy and getting one to pitch and just move away from the right-hander. Through it goes to the wicket-keeper, and that is the end of the over. 7 gone, 25 for 1 the score.
I'll send the cheque in the post to you, Jamie. You're far
too kind. We both are.
You've just got to keep up. There's so many, different regions, different changes of, and it's something I found myself joking with a few of the players about. There's certain players who you really can, even more so in women's cricket than men's cricket, stack up a lot of shirts quite quickly. If you fancy a bit of sort of shirt collection, because of course you've got the 100, then you've got your county that you'll play for, then you've got your region that you'll play for, then maybe if you've played in a bit of fair break, like say Catherine Bryce, who of course was just on, but it looks like it's going to be replaced here by Gordon, and then some of the franchise stuff that of course is very much popping up here, there and everywhere now. You can quickly build up quite a collection of teams.
Indeed, a change of bowling at the Beckenham end, and Kirsty Gordon, the skipper, is coming on and wanting to get involved in the action. Just a couple of boundaries over the last couple of overs, looking to try and push on the momentum and get the score going. So we are going to turn to Kirsty Gordon, who comes in and bowls to Smith, who has a look and pushes down the track, and no thoughts of a single.
Of course, has taken over the captaincy from Bryce this season.
And the chance to come in again. They wanted to think about a single, but you could see the fielder was just encroaching, making sure Marie Kelly that she was right there, walking in hard. 2 dots so far, so a good change of bowling, as this time the bottom hand comes into play from Smith. Michael mentioned that The onside is a very strong side for Bryony Smith, a powerful batter. 25 for 1 is the score. Gordon running up past umpire James Treadwell, looking to play this through the leg side and catching it so low on the bat. You can see, just inspecting the toe once more.
It's funny how it's always the toes.
Absolutely, it's always the toes' fault. Yeah. You always blame the bat, don't you? We've all done it over the years. I continue to do it. This time, this one goes down the leg side. The umpire happy perhaps that it flicked off the pad. We'll just wait to see. I think a leg by will be signalled, and it is.
Now that's good running from Stonehouse. Was charging down at Bryony Smith. Knew it was her call, and knew there was, as long as she went quickly, would be able to get the single.
Well, Gordon's been accurate so far. The left-arm bowler this time just opening the face and running it down to the vacant third is Stonehouse. Takes one and comes back for the second. The fielding is carried it out by the ever-busy Grace Ballinger. And that completes the over. 8 have been bowled, 28 for 1 the score.
Yeah, one fascinating thing to watch for here is this is about as watchful an innings as Bryony Smith has played all season. She's 10 off 21. She'll be all too aware of the importance of her wicket in the piece. Now, she, coming into this game, had 270 runs at an average of 22, but that doesn't tell the full story, because she has a strike rate of 103 per 100 balls. Now, she is second behind only Bess Heath for players who are in the top 20 run scorers, but in terms of their strike rate in that group. So that demonstrates just how aggressive and dangerous she is in the power play.
The left-arm Ballinger will continue, bowling her 4th over, slightly on the pads, and that's going to be 4 more welcome runs to Bryony Smith, just using the elevation as it sat up nicely. That bottom hand really coming into play. There was a fielder out there on the deep square leg boundary, but it was hit with great ferocity slightly to the right hand side of the fielder, and that's 4 welcome runs to the captain, who moves on to 14.
Yeah, that's Bryony Smith at her best. Very powerful, very dangerous top order bat.
And it just gives Grace Ballinger something to think about. She needs to make sure that she doesn't bowl too straight. This time a slower ball outside off stump that just shapes away. It was a cutter, and the batter was through the stroke.
Yeah, she was working on those out on the match wicket, out on the practice wicket next to the match wicket, just about half an hour before she started the game started, in conversation with a few of the coaches. That variation, you're getting used to the ball swinging into you all the time, and then that one that just holds its line outside off, always dangerous.
Indeed, a fly slip in place, or short third if you will, and this time driving is Bryony Smith. She'll pick up a single. It was hit with great ferocity in the end, you have to say. Good fielding from Kirsty Gordon. They come back for 2 because it just bounced off of Gordon as she stopped it. She had to dive goalkeeper fashion.
Yeah, Smith just starting to go through the gears. Just rotate that one away through deep mid-wicket for 1. Bryony Smith, who almost had a century in this competition earlier on this season, 97 off just 81 in a landslide victory, winning by 152 runs against the Sparks at the weekend, so she'll be feeling in really confident touch. Took 3 for 13 with the ball against the Storm as well back in May, so very useful with bat and ball, as that's slightly slower one from Ballinger, just hanging it outside off stump, trying to tease the shot from Stonehouse, who works it down to deep third for 1. So 35 for 1, and runs just starting to come a little bit more freely now for the Stars, who in their 3 blocks of group stage games this season, managed 3 wins from 5, 2 wins from 4, and then another 2 wins from 4, enough to get them into the top 3. Short, and Smith can just pull that away, sort of swivel pull, didn't need to hit it too hard, it only came up to waist height. It wasn't a good delivery in truth by Grace Ballinger's high standards, and it means that over has ended up being pretty expensive all told. 40 for 1 at the end of the 9th, and that 9th over from Ballinger ends up being the most expensive of the innings so far. It concedes 12 with Smith picking up 2 boundaries from it. Feels like only not too long ago we were talking about Stars having a struggling start. Indeed, after 5 overs they were 12 for 1.
Well, it just goes to show how they've recovered.
So, Kirsty Gordon to continue. Typically impressive and economical. Trying to fight her way into an international setup, of course, as well. Down to long on for 1. Nice confident shot from Stonehouse, who, particularly with Bryony Smith starting to look good here, you would sense that the natural rhythm of this partnership would see Stonehouse be more inclined to look to accumulate, particularly as we are still in the power play. Oh, got her! Bryony Smith has gone, a big wicket. Kirsty Gordon just manages to slide one on and through, might have kept a touch low, hits the base of the off stump, and Bryony Smith, who so nearly was a centurion at the weekend against the Sparks, has to go here just as she got into a really nice rhythm. She departs for 21 off 27, 40 for 2. Well, that is a big scalp for the Blaze, and don't they know it? The celebrations reflected that. There was a visible jump and fist pump in absolute delight from Kirsty Gordon, the Blaze captain. And you would almost go so far as to say if there's one wicket they could have in this Stars lineup, Bryony Smith might just have been that player. And they've got her. So 41 for 2 is the score, as outsteps the one change to that side that was victorious in what was effectively a quarter-final at the weekend for Stars. Alice Capsey, what a player to bring in, the teenage sensation. She steps out at number 4.
And it's been a good game.
Capsey just taking guard and getting ready to face Gordon. 4 balls left in the power play. There's a long on out. And a deep mid wicket. 5-4 leg side field. Capsey with a nice looking drive, but won't get off the mark. And again, pretty much a rinse and repeat delivery for Kirsty Gordon, who's been settling into captaincy life. It's been a pretty successful season for the Blaze. That's just nibbled away by Capsey. There's no one behind square on the offside. They want 2, but they won't take it, and it's a good thing because it wasn't there in truth. 42 for 2. Gordon saying, I've always been pretty fired up and a competitive person. My disciplinary record isn't fantastic, but I've had a lot of comments this year from friends in different teams and Blaze teammates about how mellow I've been. I did think it's potentially that side of me that's come out a little bit more, the supportive and caring side, rather than being too far the other way when it comes to emotions around the game. I reckon that's probably the only thing that's changed, but you'll never get rid of the other side of me completely. It's about knowing your individual and knowing what that person needs in that moment. What are they going to bowl? Where are they trying to bowl? And what field do they need? You have to be really objective rather than emotion-based. Kirsty Gordon on how captaincy at the Blaze has changed her, but one thing that certainly hasn't changed is her ever-reliable bowling. She picks up the big wicket of Bryony Smith in the 10th over, and with the power play done, Stars, having won the toss and elected to bat, find themselves 42 for 2.
And another change of bowling. Very much looks like Josie Groves is going to come into the attack.
Now Groves will be certainly not in any way intimidated, shall we say, to see the sight of the Stars. She was impressive against them in a win here at Beckenham back on the 10th of September, not too long ago, taking 2 for 46. As the Blaze were bowled out for 171. Stars winning that one by 107 runs, but she'll concede runs from the very first ball of her spell here, and she'll concede 4 of them as well. Nicely put away, a bit of a loosener in truth, and a player of Alice Capsey's high quality was just not going to miss out.
No, when you get that kind of delivery, you certainly want to make sure that you cash in, and Capsey doing just that. She'll be pleased to score her first boundary. Hopefully it'll be a long innings for her.
It's a touch short, but managed to pick out extra cover. Good tumbling stop in there from Lucy Hyam, making just a second appearance in this season's competition. Oh, got her! Chopped on! The dangerous Alice Capsey has to go. It is a big wicket, another one for the Blaze. A second wicket in as many overs. Capsey out for just 5. And what a scalp for Josie Groves to pick up with just the third ball of her spell. 46 for 3.
Unfortunate for the batter, just getting that little bottom edge, and it's clipped back onto the stumps. You could see straight away the wicketkeeper felt that might happen, the body shape of the batter. And now it brings the very dangerous Alice Davidson-Richards to the crease, and she really needs to get to work here with Stonehouse. Stonehouse needs to be there for a long time, you feel, and they need to try and score runs from the other end. Schofield still to come. We know how dangerous Davidson-Richards can be, and in fairness, she's got to get to work, and get to work fairly quickly here, because we've seen a couple of variations in this game. They started very nicely with the ball, the Blaze. The Stars then got going, got to work, had those boundaries, a little flurry of boundaries, and now it's the ball again starting to do the work.
Yes, the Stars really need something from ADR. She's so often known for short. Does have a ton in this competition this season against the Blaze. 101 off 128 balls at this very ground just 11 days ago. My goodness me, could they do with something close to a repeat here? It was her ton that helped the Stars post 278, celebrating her England call-up in style. Paige Schofield chipped in with 50 as well, and the Blaze ended up 107 run lose. DR, highest run score in this competition this season. She's been consistently very impressive. That century, the peak of it. Goes back. Won't get anything to show for that one.
Very good bat twirler.
Certain batters have rhythms. It's one of hers. He can only pick out extra cover once more. End of another successful over for the Blaze. South East Stars 46 for 3 off 11.
Well, I think it was always thought that Davidson had a fine cricket career. She grew up very close to the Neville Ground in Tunbridge Wells, just a stone's throw from that very picturesque ground in the west, or on the west side of Kent. Wanted to get her opportunity with club and country, and that certainly happened.
Yes, one person's misfortune is another person's opportunity. Getting that late call up to the England ODI squad against Sri Lanka, with Lauren Bell being unwell. And Kirsty Gordon hunting more wickets. With the luxury of being outside of the power play, but we're sticking with just 2 out, and why not with the scoreboard as it is. Doesn't want to give an easy single away to Stonehouse. He just plays that one respectfully back. I must say, having had a look at that pitch pre-match, it does not look like an easy pitch to bat on. Again, Stonehouse technically correct, but yet another dot ball. James Treadwell was having a little natter with him. He reckoned in and around 220 might be a good score. So that's straight at square leg. The other thing that's really important to factor in here, and I just wondered whether it was in the back of the Stars' mind with the toss, is the batting concerns of the Blaze in recent times, which is quite hard to ignore. Oh, beautifully bowled by Gordon. Now you might be thinking, well, the Blaze finished second. They're back that much of a problem. Now that is true. This in the wider context of him. That's really beautifully bowled. It's come off the pad. Well, it's one of those that just has Gordon pleading and appealing with the umpire as if to say, that's such a good ball, I can't believe I've not got a wicket. There wasn't a nick on it. We could see that even from our position out at deep mid-wicket, and it didn't quite have enough going to be given LB either. Stonehouse will be oh so happy to be at the non-strikers.
Yeah, nice to be able to lean on the bat at the other end. You could see Treadwell quickly shaking the head. It almost did too much.
He'll know that feeling all too well, of course, as it's worked out to deep cover. Miss Davidson-Richards off the mark. And the end of another over from Gordon that, pardon the terrible pun, but she has literally spun through, and it keeps the sense of pressure very much on. 2 runs off it, just 1 on her figures with that leg buff. Run rate bang on 4 and over.
Groves will continue from the city end. This ground really has changed. The pavilion that's behind us from our vantage position, Michael's just mentioned the ground. The pavilion used to be away to our left-hand side. That's now flats. Very elegant flats. Crystal Palace train right behind us. The men's football club and the women and the academy on the other side of the road.
The track, as I say, the shot that is absolutely glorious from Alice Davidson-Richards. What a way to get your first boundary from just the 5th ball that you faced, charging down the track and depositing Groves back overhead.
Well, that's why we said so dangerous. Just a couple of quick steps to get to the pit and make sure hit it right. But she got right under your pen.
Scored against these opponents on this ground 11 days ago, of course. Comes down again and looks very nice in finding extra cover. It was stopped initially by Kirsty Gordon, but just bounced away off her knee. Davidson-Richards quick on the single.
Well, I think that's clever. Hit your 6 and then take a single to get off strike. Bring Stonehouse back on.
Oh, LBW appeals. Perfect time to mention something I was going to say at some point, which is, so we're sort of a wide, deep third when the bowling's coming from the far end away from us, as it is now, the city end. When it comes from the Beckenham end, it is sort of cow corner. So that's pushed back. So forgive us, that in combination with the fact that we don't actually have a shot of the one camera that's in use today, with the fact that you will not see us as commentators pontificating too much on the city of an Elba shout, because that would be greatly unwise of us.
The umpires just with what they say. James Treadwell, of course, played a number of fixtures for club, a few for country as well.
up to additional start in Richard's 6, and with 13 gone, they find themselves 56-3. Just finishing that point, those of you following the competition will be strengths in terms of games that were completed in before the loss against saw them, to many people's shock, lose their top spot, which if they'd have carried that through would have brought them straight to the final. They ended up losing 4 of their last 6 games, a washout as well, and the batter big problem in that. And win against the Sparks in between 2 losses against the Sunrisers last Wednesday, defeat against the Vipers on Saturday, and the washout against the Thunder in the mix too. But they've got another wicket here. Gordon has a second, and the South East Stars are in all sorts of trouble. And the collapse continues for the home side in the Spellfire and Flint for the 50.
Usually will be out to the middle, but if things getting going. But they've picked up wickets at crucial times, and 57 for 4 in the 14th shows that it's been good with
it's on the board. I feel like they're right in the contest, and they'll look to Eilish Cranstone to help them do quite well suited to this situation, but generally she's a top order bat, Eilish Cranstone. She's quite comfortable with that kind of middle order in recent times. She's been 69 off 64 against the Vipers 8 days ago in defeat. Oh, nicely bowled. Just skidding on that one.
She needs to be there for as long as she possibly can be, and hope that runs can be accumulated at the other end. She's going to be able to Heyhoe.
Short and pulled out to deep square leg for 1. Gets Cranstone onto strike. Eilish Cranstone, who had something of a breakout year in 2022, was the Stars' top run scorer in T20 cricket in the Charlotte Edwards Cup with 3 50s. That was more than the rest of her T20 career combined, going all the way back to 2010. Is a very experienced campaigner with the Surrey Stars from 2016 onwards, and then South East Stars from 2020. Goes right the way back to the KSL days. Just pushes this one back. Also had the pleasure of commentating next to her, was part of the broadcast team for the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day after the Stars hadn't qualified. A very thoughtful and analytical cricketer. Goes back and chops that one into her front pad, and he's just looking down wondering a bit what had happened. Well bowled from Josie Groves, part of that England under-19 World Cup crop pushing through. Half thought of a single there, nothing in it though. Rightly turn around and go back. The last thing they need is a needless run out, and now of all times with wickets falling anyway. More flight, just trying to tease Cranstone into playing a big shot. Watchful as the situation very much demands. We'll get off the mark this time, just guided into the gap at deep cover. Amongst other things, as Cranstone keeps the strike and the over 15 stone, and that was if any thumbs a north-south divide. I think that summed it up perfect.
Bath, and Castle and Castle. Yeah, you get different people saying different things across the country, and you tend to go with what the person wants. They know their particular name. My name is very simple, Reid, R-E-I-D. I once had somebody tell me, admittedly the person was from Germany, but they were very adamant that it should be Ride. I vehemently disagreed. Reid it is, if you're wondering. The first ball of this latest over is a dot. We're into the 16th over. Not necessarily too concerned, the Stars, by the run rate, just a smidgen under 4 and over so far. They just need a partnership, as this is opened, the face that is, and run away down to the vacant third. Ballinger is in pursuit, and it just runs over the boundary's edge. So 4 runs will be accumulated to the very busy Cranstone. And she is one of those batters who will look to try and get on with it. Michael mentioned about how good she was on co-coms, and it's nice when you get players who are very thoughtful, understand the game. I remember I did some commentaries with James Treadwell when he was still playing. Wanted to get involved, wanted to see the other side. Always felt that he might become an umpire. And that is what happened. He did a little bit of coaching whilst he was training to become an umpire. Different Kent cricketers of the past have followed that particular path, as this one is worked down to third again. Ballinger does the fielding. I suppose you would have to say Nigel Long right up there. Mark Benson likewise. Martin Saggers, of course, another one who in the very recent past now on the international list and very highly regarded. Cranstone just working the ball out to deep square leg and picking up, or to square leg I should say, and picking up a single. Fielder came racing in from deep square leg. And they took a single and settled for it.
And that's, you'd hope, one additional benefit of the professionalisation of women's cricket in the UK across recent times, that there's more opportunities for women's cricketers after they're done with playing in the game to stay and bring and pass that on to that next generation. It's something that has improved a lot.
It really has, and that's what you want to see. You want to see that pathway, that opportunity, not just to come through the various academies and break out into the first team, but pin the certainly seen that with Sarah Bartlett, the match referee here. Sarah always happy to impart her knowledge. That is the end of the over. 64 for 4, the score, 16 gone.
I suspected we might get onto something like this, so I've got some quite extraordinary stats
Here we
for
go.
you from Hypercourse, the Banksy of women's cricket Twitter stats, which is the rapid evolution of the game in the last years, is illustrated by the fact that 2023 has seen more than 9 times the amount of professional or semi-pro cricket played than in 2016, when the Kia Super League was launched. So when that league was launched, there was 3,854 balls bowled across the KSL that season.
Here's Lucy Hyam continuing the off-break bowler to Cranstone. Through it goes to the keeper, a dot.
Now the following season it was a similar number. In 2018 it jumps up to just over 6,000, stays around there for 2019. In 2020 it more than doubles to almost 14,000.
Hyam again, and this time getting a good stride in, just opening the face, and down it goes to third. They run through for a single.
And from there, by 2022 it has doubled again to more than 25,000 balls bowled, and this season, before today, it was 36,266. That's a lot of cricket.
That certainly is. The font of all knowledge alongside. This could be a catching opportunity, and it is taken out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Stonehouse just looking to try and up the ante and go big, but it's landed straight into the arms of the fielder, and unfortunately her innings is at an end. She's been caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's a success for Lucy Hyam, and she's on her way back for 20, 65 for 5.
Well, it is really easy to say this from the commentary box, but you have to question if that shot was needed at that moment with the scoreboard looking like that in an eliminator. They could have really done with Alexa Stonehouse just doing what she did here when she got her first Stars 50 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy earlier on this season against the Sunrisers, just playing a nice solid anchoring role, and instead really provided a bit of catching practice there. Couldn't have made it too much simpler, and it hands yet another wicket. It continues this collapse. They've now lost 4 wickets for the addition of 24 runs across 7 overs or so. And Paige Schofield to see if they can rebuild from the wreckage. Now, must be said, Schofield is a heck of a player to have down at number 7. She has 355 runs in the competition at an average of 23 across her time with the Vipers from 2020 through to 2022, and she's arguably the most improved player in the competition this season, or certainly one of, because she's almost doubled her average this season since moving to the Stars. She's averaging a tickle under 44, 436 runs at a strike rate of almost a run a ball. She's the 4th highest run scorer in the competition, and she has the best strike rate of any of the top 15 run scorers.
Well, you've talked her up. Let's hope that she can carry on that hype as she pushes back down the track. A little bit of bat and pad involved. It's going to be a dot. We should mention Marie Kelly, who took a very good catch off the bowling of Heyhoe to send Stonehouse back. It was almost catching practice that it went straight into her arms, but you still need to judge them. Schofield this time wanting just to cut onto the offside, and again they thought about a single, but Ballinger quickly in. She's picked up a wicket. Ward's taken 2. Grove also in the wickets column now, 65 for 5 in the 17th. Here is the bowler once more, and this time Schofield is off the mark, working it just backward of square on the leg side, and they race through for 1.
She made 56 off 61 in the win for the Stars against the Blaze 11 days ago here. Alongside Davidson, Richards was one of the chief destroyers of this Blaze attack. But really, it's time for a bit of old school cricket and rebuild, you sense. 66 for 5 off 17. It's a team quite a lot of people expected plenty from. One thing the ECB did at the start of this season, they asked all of the captains, who do you think is going to win both of the domestic competitions? And you couldn't pick your own team. 4 of the 8 captains said the Stars would actually win the T20 competition. They didn't end up making finals day, but they are a team on the up, and a team who a lot is expected of. In this competition, 3 captains picked the Vipers, 3 picked the Blaze, 1 picked the Diamonds, who missed out despite Lauren Winfield Hill's excellence, and 1 did pick the Stars.
Well, you mentioned about the Blaze just falling away. The Stars do have history of getting stronger as the competition continues. That's not a very good first ball from Marie Kelly, but there are sweepers out on this leg side. They take 1, and Schofield will come back for the second. There has been a change of bowling, and it is Marie Kelly who took that great catch. The off-break bowler, 27 years of age, wearing the number 23 shirt. And she's bowling from this Beckenham end. The Blaze will be happy so far with that wickets column continuing to tick. 5 back in the pavilion for the addition of 68 runs. We are into the 18th over, and Schofield, as dominant as she would like to be out there, needs to make sure that she bats some time here. They'll want to make use of their 50 overs. You can see Cranstone desperate to get on strike, trying to race down to the end where she will be going that will prove more dangerous, but Schofield knows that they can't afford a run out at this stage. And here is Kelly bowling to her, and it's a caught and bowled opportunity, and it's been taken. 2 great catches in the space of 2 overs, and that is a big wicket. You can see the disappointment etched onto the face of Paige Schofield. We know how good she's been in this competition. We know what a key player she's been for the Stars, but she's got to make her way back to the pavilion. She's been caught and bowled, and that is a big wicket.
Yep, that is the 4th highest run scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season, and the only player in the top 15 in that regard to have a strike rate of just off a run a ball, the best strike rate of any of the top 15 run scorers across the entire tournament, gone for just 1. And this really is a true dictionary definition of a collapse now. They've lost 5 for the addition of 27 runs across a spell of 8 overs or so. Schofield, the latest to go, and the Blaze, well, they've maybe just refound some of their form from the start of this season at just the right time. Maybe they are on fire again. I just had to. There's so many puns with the Blaze.
You can go for as many as you like. You can get through them yet. Tick off the list.
Comes Chloe Hill, who does have a 50 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. 63 off 80 against the Diamonds way back on the 2nd of July. They really need something like that from her here.
Well, you can't keep Kelly out the game. We mentioned that good catch on the boundary's edge to send Stonehouse back. Then she was diving to pick up the wicket of Schofield. She's on her way again and bowling to the new batter, who just picks up a single. Hill working the ball out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, and to be able to send a player out at number 8, who has 150 runs in the competition now, having just got off strike there, and has a 50 in it, does demonstrate the style's depth, but my goodness me, is that depth being tested here.
It really is. Beth Miles, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay and Danny Gregory still to come. But we're only into the 18th over. That will be the big concern, that there's so many overs and you don't want to leave unused overs here. So these two can afford to bat time. The left-handed Cranstone is on strike, and again just using the pace of the delivery to work it out to the fielder at deep cover, who comes charging in, and it means she'll keep the strike. 70 for 6, 18 gone.
Yeah, Irish Cranstone's had an interesting journey. I mentioned her excellent form at the start of last season. She said it was actually down to a lack of expectations on herself, having come back from a long injury. She said she hadn't had a winter at all, so was struggling with a lot of wrist pain, and through the 100 was having injections, had surgery in November 2021, pretty invasive operation that was tough to recover from. They took a chunk of bone out of my forearm and put a metal plate in it. That's not what you really want to be doing in your late 20s. I've got quite a lot of arthritis in my wrist and some torn cartilage and tendons, and it's not in a great way. But the one scant positive of that was her mindset was completely different coming into last season. No expectations on herself. Sometimes when you train so long over the winter, there's that pressure going into a game. Well, certainly is pressure here of an eliminator. She's back very much regularly this summer. Had that good knock against the Vipers recently. She is the key wicket.
She really is.
She's the experienced head around which the others will hope to bat.
Well, I think you can almost turn it on its head and say, look, the situation can't get much worse. I can be the hero here, and that's what she needs to try and do. She just opens the face and works it to the fielder, coming racing in from point. They really are on their toes at the moment, and you would expect it. The crowd starting to pick up, more and more people finding their way in. Free entry, of course, if you are local to Beckenham. 70 for 6 is the score. We're into the 19th over. Another aeroplane goes overhead, making its way into City Airport. We are, of course, only 7 miles away from central London, as Cranstone this time cuts it, beats the fielder diving away, goes down to a wide third, and it's going to run to the boundary's edge. That gentleman was desperate to carry out the fielding. Nice little bit of work. His wife just says, you carry on, you're here to watch rather than participate. I don't mind that. Try and get involved if you can. 4 welcome runs to Cranstone, who moves on to 12. And Michael summed up the importance and the contribution that's needed from her. She's facing up to Heyhoe once more. And again, just pushing forward.
And you mentioned mindset. She'll be absolutely of that mindset. This is my chance to be the heroine for my team.
Well, the good thing is you can bat time, can't you? You know, you could be out there for 30. It's pretty unlikely. Could happen. This time, the ball on the outside, and picks up another single.
One thing I would say is if there's anyone who you'd sort of pick or think is well suited to that in her style of batting, it is Cranstone. She is historically almost always a top order bat, and she is the kind of top order bat that is, I sort of talk about builders and bashers sometimes. She's much more of a builder. Yep,
and a builder is needed out there in the middle. You know, it's all very well having bashers at the other end, but you need a partnership builder, and Hill this time just gets Cranstone back onto strike, but that is the end of the over, so it means that Hill will just keep strike, and that is another over complete as James Treadwell just moves back to the stumps. He is, of course, the on-field umpire out there, of course, with Grace Banbury. Sarah Bartlett is our match referee.
Fascinating psychological dynamics, I think, with these two teams, in terms of the Blazer having to use all their experience to come out of that rut that they've been in. The South East Stars were the one that came into this game buoyant. They'd won what was basically a quarter-final at the weekend. But the Blaze have got a lot of very experienced cricketers in their lineup who've been in so many big game scenarios for club and country, and that's proving the difference right now.
76 for 6 is the score, as Hill just pushes into the covers and picks up a single. It's just got a little bit cloudy overhead.
Bit nippy as well.
Yeah, it's got colder with the sun going in. Plenty of lovely clouds. One or two of those do appear to have a fair bit of rain from within. Those just to pass over. As we just see the bowler continue. Rory Kelly is bowling at this Beckenham end. Kelly's picked up the key wicket of Stonehouse, the opener, with that catch on the boundary's edge, and then got Schofield. Alice Davidson Richards also back in the pavilion. So some of the real big hitters and the talent have gone, and it means there's plenty of pressure now on Cranstone, who's out there, the left-hander, needing to be nice and mindful here and build a partnership with Hill. These two coming together with the score on 68. They've got to get it up into three figures and then beyond. Just keep batting short time, or she's been trapped in front, and that is out. No real surprise. She looked to try and work it. It was a slower ball. She was through the shot. She wanted to try and work it through the leg side. In the end, she's just been pinned in front of those three stumps. And no real decision to make for James Treadwell. Up went the index finger, and that is another wicket. And that is disappointment for the South East Stars. That is a key wicket, because Cranstone is on her way back for 13. Trapped in front, another wicket for Marie Kelly.
Well, that is the middle order anchor around which the South East Stars would have hoped they could potentially bat around. Cranstone gone for 13 off 24. She's only the third batter after Stonehouse and Smith to make it into double figures. And given all of her experience at the top of the order, South East Stars would have hoped that after that 69 against the Vipers, she could carry that on here. But spin does the trick once more. And when you think that they were 41 for 1 in the 10th, it is quite extraordinary how quickly this South East Stars middle order that's been so imposing and formidable for a lot of this season, it's been the kind of thing where if one or two bats get out quickly, somebody else will come in and do the job, and that's what's helped them get into third and get into this eliminator. And yet it has fallen away so significantly. 2-ball duck for Chatley. If you're just joining us late, 20 for Stonehouse, 21 for Smith. Capsey making just 5 back in the side. Davidson Richards made 8. Cranstone just gone for 13. Schofield out for 3. So now it's up to Chloe Hill alongside Beth and Miles.
Yep, Beth Miles is the new batter, and that is the end of the over. So 20 now have been bowled. The strike rate, or the scoring rate, isn't too disappointing, as we've mentioned, running along just under 4 runs and over. It's just that wickets column that is the big concern. Somebody needs to really put their hand up, and we know that Miles can bat. 77 for 7, 20 gone, and Michael McCann will take over commentary duties.
Yeah, they're going at 3.85 and over, so if they were to continue at that rate for 50 overs, they'd end up on 192. But that problem is the 7 lost. I mean, they would, it's that old thing, you'd rip your arm off, you'd lose your limbs, you'd give away your kitchen sink. I'm mixing my metaphors, but you get the point. For 192 right now, that feels a long, long way off. So that's in a nice spot from Heyhoe, continuing from the far end away from us. 1 for 10 in her 4th over. Wicket shared around. Catherine Bryce, the only bowler for Blaze to not pick one up. There's a very you shall not pass style of forward defence from Chloe Hill, and that's a bit of what this needs now from the South East Stars. It's turned away, but straight to short square leg. Just a slight adjustment in the field. They've still only got 2 out, and given the scoreboard being the way it is, why would they have any more? Straight mid off, there's deep cover and a deep mid wicket for a bit of protection, and concerningly there is just the tiniest spots of rain starting to appear. Oh, plenty of flight on that one from Heyhoe. That's good teasing bowling. That's exactly what you want from the spinner. Just trying to induce a shot in anger from Hill. Again, teasing with the flight, and that's the end of another good over that she has spun through at a rapid rate there. Lucy Heyhoe, her first maiden, 1 for 10 off 4 for her, 21 gone, 77 for 7.
Well, the spinner's really doing the work here, and you can see the run's starting to slow up, and unfortunately it's all going horribly wrong for the South East Stars, and I include the weather within that because these spin bowlers are rattling through their overs, wanting to make sure they stay ahead of the game, if you will. And certainly we mentioned at the time, was it the right decision to bat first? Always difficult because you have to take so many factors into account, but the Blaze have dominated so far.
Well, that's a slightly over-pitched delivery, worked out to deep cover for 1. Nice looking shot from Beckenham. Have repeatedly talked about the depth in this South East Stars lineup, and Miles at number 9 can certainly more than hold a bat. Made her best score in the competition against the Blaze earlier on this season, a very handy 33 off 32 at number 9. That was here on the 10th of September. Took a couple of wickets with the ball as well.
Very young cricketer though, Michael, only 19 years of age. She's got that experience. McDonald Gay has too, but again only 19. And then Danny Gregory, he's only 24 years of age. So some youngsters are going to need to hopefully contribute.
Just digs that one out. Players that have been in international setups though, have played in big domestic games.
That's the counter, yep.
I've had a lot of exposure for one at that age. And again, just pushed back. But that being said, there is a tension that comes with knockout cricket that has its own special sort of vibe, really. Deep square leg just put out now. And that is short, looking out to deep mid wicket. There's a long boundary on this side of the ground, so it will only be a single, and sensible batting in truth as well from Hill. Knew that if she tried to hit that any harder, she'd end up potentially giving catching practice to Josie Grove. So another over goes by rapidly, 79 for 7 off 22.
Well, they're certainly racing through their overs, and you've only got to look at the top of the order for the Blaze, and they'll be thinking about Lizelle Lee. They know just how good the South African is and the starts that she can get the Blaze off to. So you need to get a meaningful score on the board. We're not even at the halfway stage, and we haven't reached the 100 mark yet. James Treadwell said to you, Michael, that 220 could be a good score. That seems a real long way off. They've just got to take advantage of the overs on display.
Full toss. Missed out on by Chloe Hill. And that's something that also kind of reflects the scoreboard. When you're going well, the delivery like that probably gets deposited, whereas understandably Hill and Miles' first thought is survival here, as it should be. Worked straight to short mid-wicket.
Well, we got sweepers either side. Apart from that, everybody else up and wanting to really contribute here.
Again, the dots building up. Players doing everything right and look to have recovered their mojo. Saw them well, blazing away at the start of this season. Not picked up by short mid-wicket, but won't cost them anything. They had 10 straight wins across games that were completed, weren't abandoned due to rain. 3 in this competition, 7 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup in the T20 format, until that 7-wicket loss against the Vipers in a strange rain-affected final at Northampton. I beg your pardon, at Worcester, of course. Northampton's in my mind because that's where we are this Sunday. The Vipers lie in wait for whoever progresses from this contest. Should be a great occasion. Again, confident enough shot, but not piercing the ring, and indeed right now survival very much the primary aim. Good over from Heyhoe to Hill, a maiden. 79 for 3. 79 for 7 off 23.
Indeed, yeah, plenty of work to be done. It looks like there is going to be a change of bowling here. It's going to be Kirsty Gordon returning, the captain.
Yeah, Gordon has been all too happy to keep shuffling her pack, and has quite understandably decided, given that she has 2 for 11 from her first 5 overs, that she'll come back on and well, mop up the tail isn't the right phrase, because these two are very capable batters, as is McDonald Gay as well.
Miles is on strike and facing up to Gordon, driving to extra cover. Nice little bit of fielding, and we've mentioned that everybody's on their toes, and so they should be with the position they're in. They'll need to make sure that they continue to try and dominate where they can, and again the same fielder very, very close to the wicket. I do apologise, I think I've stolen your you carry on.
Slightly off the outside edge, missed in the covers, going to get 2 here, so that I make it the first 2 we've had in quite a while. We go a long way back for the last boundary. Davidson Richards straight 6, the only 6 that we've seen. Well, before that 2, there'd been just 2 runs from the previous 3 overs.
And I did see that little speck of rain that you mentioned.
It's good to know it wasn't just my imagination. I could just hear it sort of tinkling down on our commentary marquee and elsewhere. It does seem to have just about relented, but there's some slightly ominous skies. This is the point where one finds oneself talking about the weather and where it comes from. Blocked again. Blaze really are turning the screw here. 2 collected from that over. 81 for 7. Yeah, mentioning that start. They won every single game that they played until they lost in that T20 final. And I think another thing that's important to put in context for those unfamiliar, or worth reminding you, how extraordinary a turnaround it's been this season for the Blaze. They've won 14 games, 7 in the T20, 7 in the 50 over format. That is 2 off being double the number that they won as Loughborough Lightning across all of the previous 3 seasons put together. Horrid delivery, full toss, and smashed out just behind square. Diving attempt to the stop, won't be successful, and a desperately needed boundary for the home side. Chloe Hill accepts the gift, 85 for 7.
Well, it really was a gift, wasn't it? On the pad, so high, making sure that she just had to get the bat in the right place, got plenty of bat speed on it. A desperate dive from the fielder out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. You always fancied it would be a boundary, though.
Just respectfully played the ball that follows. That's the first boundary since Cranstone cut Heyhoe on the third ball of the 19th over. It's the first boundary in almost 6 overs of very quiet accumulation. And again in a very good spot here is Lucy Heyhoe. Best of 5 for 19 in this competition this season on her very first appearance in the competition against the Sparks. And he's asking all of the right questions. They're definitely not getting any overrate penalties as well.
No, they're well ahead of the game, aren't they?
Again flighted, and that's a nice little guiding shot from Chloe Hill. Knows there's no one behind square on the offside, apart from that slip, and so gets it wide of them for another useful bit of accumulation.
Ballinger, a good fielder, racing round. You thought that they might be able to turn 1 into 2, but you just can't afford a run out, so the decision was quickly made.
Yeah, they need some very low risk cricket here. Goes back and just nudges that into the gap. That certainly is low risk cricket from Beckenham. Another over finished at the midway point of things. 87 for 7. I was just mentioning as the players trot across for a well earned drink, that transformation, it is pretty extraordinary. In 3 seasons as the Loughborough Lightning, that region had 7 wins in 50 over cricket, just 1 win. And sometimes, well, it's all in a name. Change of name to the Blaze. I think it's fair to say as well, and something that Blaze themselves have said, the move from Loughborough to Trent Bridge, being at an international ground, that kind of helps with that professionalism, driving standards, etc. And of course this season, they've had as many wins in the 50 over format as those 3 put together, but it will not mean that much to them, as happened with the T20, if they end up falling short. And they lost in the T20 final against the Vipers, and now they're fighting just to get there, and we are looking uncertainly up at these clouds as rain of quite a significant amount does fall.
And come the ground staff, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And I was just about to say, if you needed any confirmation that this is more serious, we've got 6 or 7 members of the ground staff hurrying across to the covers. So
stumps are out the ground here.
Yeah, hopefully this drinks break does not become too extended a delay, but we fear it might be. And the 2 batters who have survived the last few overs after that big collapse that saw Stars fall from 42 for 1 to 77 for 7, head off. Chloe Hill and Beckenham trying to rebuild for the Stars, so of course they're trying to avoid yet more eliminator heartbreak. In 2020 they finished 3rd in the South group of this competition, didn't get to the knockouts, but in 2021 they won 5 of their 6 games in Group A in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, but in the 50 over format they missed out. 3 wins from 7, but then last season it was eliminator heartbreak for them. They finished 3rd in their group with 5 wins from 8, but they lost in the eliminator against the Vipers, all out for 139. Jemima Spence made 45. Only 3 others got into double figures. Tara Norris picking up 3 wickets for the so often all-conquering Vipers, who won by 6 wickets with 16 overs to spare. Ella McCacken with 47 and Maya Bouchier, Mighty Bouch, with 51. And having had that eliminator heartbreak against the Vipers last season, at 79 for 7, or 77 for 7 I should say, when Cranstoun got out. They'd be fearing more of the same, and with the score now 87 for 7 off 25. We are for now off.
Well, the positive is when the players left the field and the covers went on, you felt to yourself that it was going to be quite hard and maybe heavy rain for maybe a period of time. It seems to have abated somewhat, and that is a real positive. It's don't see too much more in the way of rain. Always a very difficult ask to get that one right. The weather gods don't always help you out, but it might just give the South East Stars the chance just to reset, the chance to have a little chat in the dressing room. Johan Myberg will look to the experience of somebody like Darren Stevens, the assistant coach. They can just talk to the batters and still to come and say, in this game, you have to think to yourself that the Blaze are in the dominant position, but if we can keep going and we can have a second strong 25, who knows where we might be at the halfway stage of this game. James Treadwell, who's played here a number of times for Kent, he's just telling the ground staff and speaking to the ground staff about which way the weather comes from, and we've now just got to wait and hope.
Yeah, encouragingly, already it's not really raining, to be honest.
No, it's stopped.
It's pretty much just as I've said that sentence. It has stopped. No shortage of experience in that South East Stars Brains Trust, as Jamie Reid alongside me is alluding to. Steve has made no secret of the fact that you've been playing county cricket this season. If he'd have had the opportunity with Myberg, who has had a career of the record, a double century in South domestic cricket, and from his set from 2014 to 2018, 10,000 domestic runs, and has been head coach of the Stars since 2021. Guiding them to victory in the first edition of the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Here comes the rain now.
And as you might have, you started thought with, the good news is that you fit with Usher
Kavanagh.
Evans will definitely be just having a chat. And I think the other thing they'll be doing, which is a wise thing to do, is just reminding the two not-out batters, as suddenly this has got very heavy indeed, Hill and Miles, of the fact that this pitch did look difficult to bat on, and this could be a low-scoring thriller. And just a little partnership when we resume here for the South East Stars could be very important for them. Now, the problem the Stars are going to have is that the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern calculations will go very much against them, because the first thing is you want to be batting second, because there's a feeling that you still have all 10 wickets to throw at whatever hand is dealt to you. And of course, those calculations also influence to have an off 25 of shortened recalculation. And it has now gone from concerningly medium heavy to almost entirely stopping once more. It is almost like the weather is teasing us.
Well, the worry is that you can see the ground staff just looking up. Guys, that shows the underneath that we've got Sostens Championship. There is at bottom of that first division, Middlesex and Catway to stay in the first division, of course. So we know just how much of a thing weather can prove to be. And I think, Michael, you've raised a very good point there for the South East Stars to find themselves 7 wickets down, to know that they could potentially be hampered by DLS. The ground staff out there, plenty of double teapots, just trying to hope upon hope that we won't have too much of a lengthy delay. The good news is, because of all the fine weather that we've had throughout this summer, those water tables aren't too high, and that does of course give us an opportunity of perhaps getting back out. The 2 umpires have gone in for a well-earned drink, so too have the batters and the fielding side. And just a reminder of what we've seen so far, because really you have to think to yourself, it's been the Blaze, after knowing that they were going to be in the field, who've done remarkably well, and the live scorecard shows that. We came off exactly on 25 overs. We were having a drink when the heavens opened. It looks like the covers are now going to come off, which is the positive. 87 for 7 is the score. Let's just take you down the batters that have fallen by the wayside. Kira Chatley was bowled by Ballinger for no score, only facing 2 balls. Alexa Stonehouse made 20. before she was well caught by Kelly on the boundary's edge off the bowling of Heyhoe. She was sent on her way back. Bryony Smith made 21 at a good clip. 3 fours contained within that knock before she was bowled by Gordon. Alice Capsey was sent back for 5, bowled by Groves. Alice Davidson Richards, the big wicket, hit that 6, that towering 6, straight down the ground. She was bowled by Gordon for 8. Ailish Cranstone made 13 before she was trapped in front. Kelly and sent back for those 13 runs. Paige Schofield, we were hoping she would be able to get some runs, but she was sent back, caught and bowled by Kelly for 3, and it leaves Hill undefeated on 9, and Bethan Miles 4 not out at the other end. 87 for 7 is the score. In terms of the wickets, 2 for Kelly, 2 for Gordon. Have left the field of play, which is encouraging. See what the 2 umpires have to make of this prognosis. The rain has stopped, which is good, but it is quite cold. We've got blue skies away to our left-hand side, and that is the frustration and the intricacies of the British weather. You are, of course, watching the live stream via the South East Stars website, and it's a pleasure to have your company. This is Jamie Reid alongside Michael Can on co-coms. 87 for 7 is the score at the halfway stage. Just the one set of covers covering the wicket at present. We are at Beckenham for this fixture, and very much hoping that we will get some further play fairly soon. The 2 on-field umpires, James Treadwell and Grace Banbury, just taking advantage of the knowledge that is offered by the ground staff. They are, of course, those tending to the wicket and knowing this particular part of the ground. The context, of course, of this fixture, the Vipers have booked their place in the Rachael Heyhoe Trophy Final, or Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy Final, I should say. They knocked the Blaze off top spot in the final round of group matches. The winner of today's game, therefore, will be up against the Vipers in Sunday's competition final. The last meeting between these two was just a week and a half ago, and it was Alice Davidson Richards who celebrated her Stars through Blaze, table toppers at home, let's not forget. But we're going to have some information very shortly from Michael. He's just trotting back in. The Vipers won it on 38 points. They finished level with the Blaze but won it on run rate. The South East Stars 2 points behind. And here we go. We are going to get that news from out in the middle. Michael will just put his headphones back on. What's the news?
So the news is, well, the first thing worth reminding you of is if we have half an hour of delays, we don't lose any overs. Then we lose an over every 3.8 minutes. Not every 3.7 or 3.9, every 3.8 minutes.
Precision, nice.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you could have 4, which would be easy because it'd be 15 an hour, but it wouldn't be cricket regulations if it wasn't quite that simple. But anyway, so that's the general thing. It has stopped raining, but in the direction that it comes from at Beckenham, which is away to our left where the old pavilion is, they've still actually got the clock from the old pavilion on the top of those flats, incidentally. There is this big, slightly ominous dark cloud to the kind of left side of where the weather comes from. I would sound like a terrible version of Michael Fisher. And to the right, it's actually quite clear and optimistic. Now, the concern for the umpires is that we are literally just about to hit the edge of that very dark, ominous cloud kind of passing through us with more rain imminent. But for now, it looks like there's a thumbs up from umpire Treadwell. We are set to resume very shortly. The covers have come off. There will be no overs lost, we can tell you that, because we haven't been off for anywhere near half an hour, not even remotely close.
No, we've been off for 11 minutes.
So no need to worry about regulations right now. And good to see that the man to my left has been all over the timings.
Midday we came off, yes.
So the players will head back out with the score still 87 for 7 off 25 overs after what has effectively ended up just being a slightly longer drinks break, all told. But it has probably, you would say, that delay, if anything, favoured the South East Stars on two levels. One, there will have been just a bit of moisture that managed to get on the wicket, which will zhuzh that up later on. Technical cricketing term there used, of course. And also, it's just given the South East Stars an extra 10 minutes or so to reset, to work out where they are and work out a plan from here of what is a good score. Chloe Hill and Bethan Miles have shown plenty of times in the past that they can more than hold a bat. Same can be said for Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. Danny Gregory is much better known for a leg spin, you would say, as a number 11, but I'll hope that particularly Hill, Miles and McDonald-Gay can do the bulk of the heavy lifting to get the Stars something to bowl at. So out head the players once more to resume battle in this eliminator with that classic cricketing thing of 3 or 4 senior Blaze players with the towels, because that's going to be a crucial part of proceedings from here. For the bowling with a wet ball is notoriously difficult, and whilst the wicket was covered quickly, the outfield will have picked up some more moisture, and it already wasn't dry in the first place because of yesterday's rain. So that's an interesting dynamic here for the Blaze. They've got to be really on this, making sure they manage that ball, keep it as dry as they can. Sorry, that's completely caught me off guard. Marie using the towel provided to help dry the ball as something of a sarcastic kind of lasso to practice a few dance moves with, whilst also getting her cap in place. So had the cap in one hand and the ball drying towel in the other to good effect. Now set to resume from the Beckenham end, Kirsty Gordon to bowl.
Indeed, yes, we're at the halfway point of this innings, and Gordon runs up past umpire James Treadwell. 87 for 7 is the score. These two batters, Hill has 9, Miles at the other end has 4, and it is Miles, the right-hander, on strike, perfect in defence.
Yeah, they need a fair bit more where that came from.
They really do, yep. They've got to keep accumulating, keep the scoreboard ticking over. Gordon, the left-arm bowler, running in once more. And again, there just seems to almost be an extra fielder in play, making it so difficult to try and score runs. 3 dots so far on the out or off the field of play. This one just wraps the pads. You can see Hill desperate to try and get on strike.
Kirsty Gordon bringing all of her experience to bear. Of course, someone with an England Test cap against Australia back in 2019.
The one positive for the moment is got a little bit brighter, if you like, as driving down the ground is Miles. We've almost been used to that gloom that we've had for so long here today. It's got a little touch brighter for me. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Gordon just traps the batter in front. Miles, it was going down the leg side on the slide, and that is the end of the over. A maiden to get back up and running. 26 gone, 87 for 7.
Yes, Kirsty Gordon really weaving a nice spell, having just brought herself back on. She'll be fancying trying to finish this innings off. 2 for 13 off 7 for her. Did take a wicket in that one test for England. Also has 5 T20I caps, coming in the T20 World Cup back in 2018. 8 wickets with a best of 3 for 16 against Bangladesh, and such an experienced, impressive performer at domestic level. And here comes another one for the Blaze, who aren't exactly short of them.
No, Josie Groves is bowling at that city end. And bowling down the leg side, the wide will be signalled by our on-field umpire Grace Banbury, just straying onto the pads of the batter. And the scoreboard ticks over. as the bowler runs up once more. Much more like it, perfect in defence.
Well, I mentioned the Blazes' batting struggles, but Groves has been a part of a bowling unit that even in recent times has been very impressive.
And the chance to come again for Groves, driving down to mid-off. No thoughts of a single, there's literally one there to be had. And a dot ball once again. Dot has been the fielding side. This time Hill, who works the ball backwards to square on that leg side, picks up a single and brings Miles back onto strike. The score moves on to 89. Just get past 100, get a score on the board that you can be confident if you can make some. Not confident, that's not the right word. You can take some into, you can get some batters out. You do give yourself a chance. You've got to make sure that you put a score on the board. This one just wraps the pads.
Create some uncertainty for the Blaze batting lineup that haven't been functioning as they might have liked.
Correct. Yep, that's quite a nice. That's succinctly. At the moment, the Blaze strongly in the ascendancy. The bottom hand comes into play as this one is just worked out to deep mid-wicket. They take a single. And James Treadwell is on the move in to show that that is the end of the over. 27 have been bowled, 90 for 7 the score.
Yeah, tidy over from Josie Groves. I mentioned she's been in the wickets recently. 3 for 39 against the Sparks. Back just over a couple of weeks ago now. And then 3 for 64 against the Vipers at the weekend on what was a very disappointing day for the Blaze. In truth, Vipers winning comfortably. The Blaze had led the table all season. They only had to get 231 to finish top of the table. They finished well short.
Gordon to continue here. You could see what Miles wanted to do, but she's caught it fairly low down the bat, and that shows as she quickly moved that right hand off the bat and certainly jarred on her there as Gordon runs up again, and she just pushes to extra once more.
So they needed 289 to win against the Vice, but 131 would have secured top spot.
Gordon, who's picked up the 2 wickets so far of Bryony Smith and Davidson Richards, and it is getting much brighter.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And it's getting warmer as well, which is encouraging. I can't see it, but the sun, I would think, is just behind us. Gordon again, running up past the umpire. Not sure though if I can hear little trickles of rain. Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks. I'm sure it is. I hope it is.
Now I can hear it as well.
Yeah.
English weather.
It really is, because I thought it might be improving. Miles again, just facing up, and a half-hearted stifled appeal. Quickly waved away by James Treadwell, who makes his decisions pretty quickly. He's always been involved. He started out down at Folkestone Cricket Club, where his father John was heavily involved. Played for the football club and the cricket club. Got that mixed double as the ball this time is worked out to deep cover, and another single is picked up off the final ball of the over. And that means that Miles will keep the strike.
And play, if they've played hockey in the way, that bottom hand will come through in certain shots.
It's the same with cricket and golf as well, isn't it? You know, you can see the similarities in the sports coming through. Groves will continue bowling this 29th over and driving down the ground and thinking about a single. Is Miles in the end. They know, the 2 batters, that they can't afford a run out at this stage. They need to make sure that they keep those wickets in hand. There is a little trickle of rain falling, but it is decent weather-wise. This time driving and hitting the ball over the head of the fielder at mid-off and mid-on, and picking up 4 welcome runs is Miles. Fairly risk-free shot there with the 2 fielders up, the 2 straight fielders at mid-off and mid-on.
Just playing the game of patience, Beckenham. Miles really nicely climbing into it. 6 off Wednesday.
And figures of seeing the umpire just signal, and this time again she's drilling the ball out to the sweeper on that deep cover fence.
Now I realise what I might have said the previous over, might have not explained that too well, what happened between the Blaze and the Vipers. The Vipers had to not only win, but they had to get the winning bonus point. So that's why the Blaze only needed 230.
And Groves on her way once more, this time bowling to Hill, who works it out to deep mid-wicket this time. They take one more.
Because, of course, saying you only need 231 when it's 289 to win sounds a bit odd. As it was, the Vipers collapsed to 162 all out, and that is why they're here.
The Blaze.
The Blaze.
Now you are confusing me. This time we see a good bit of work from the batter and picks up 4 more runs. I was keeping with the story until you confused me there. We've got another boundary.
Oh dear, oh dear. I think we need to take 2. So you win the group, you go straight to the final. The Blaze had been in pole position all season, but they lost to the Vipers on Saturday, meaning that the Vipers went to the final. But had they lost narrowly, they still would have taken top spot. As it was, they lost by a considerably big margin.
There we are. Groves, this time that's going to be a wide. Signalled, it was down the leg side. Miles thought about looking to try and sweep.
And frankly, from a Vipers viewpoint, if you beat your contenders by 126 runs, you deserve top spot.
Yep, and that's why they are in the final and looking forward to meeting the winners of this Eliminator. That will be in Northampton at the weekend. Very much looking forward to that particular fixture. And that is the end of the over. 29 have been bowled, and of course we've gone past the 100 mark. 102 for 7 the score.
Yeah, Vipers hunting yet more glory under Charlotte Edwards, who has got an extraordinary coaching CV. Looking for a Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy glory to go with T20's success, which came in that peculiar final. We sort of went to the reserve day after that great storm at Worcester, and it found everyone sort of looking around at like what happens now. The reserve day always exists in theory, but when the pin is pulled on it, finds everybody thinking, wow, okay, well here we go, we're back tomorrow.
Here's Kirsty Gordon into her 9th over, and running up past umpire James Treadwell, bowling down the leg side as they've got a nick there. No, not sure if they perhaps went up or expectation rather. They signal down that leg side. Gordon on her way in the left arm bowler to Hill.
Well, I think if anyone wasn't falling for that particular ploy, it would be James Treadwell. Takes one to no one.
Yes, absolutely. He's got all the tricks of the trade in that regard. Yep. Gordon again, just pushing the batter back, covering up, and another dot. See the captain leading away, picking up those couple of wickets. This one slightly flatter. The batter might well have missed out here, working or wanting to work it onto the leg side. No real power in that shot.
She's a real darter, Gordon.
Here she is again, and bowling one that does stray down the leg side.
I say that because you get some spinners sort of on a spectrum from flighter to darter.
Yeah.
She's definitely more towards the second.
Yeah, James Treadwell wasn't afraid to give it some flight when he bowled. Get Bishdale Lee at mid-off. And this is the other here, 100 and Pacific Stars, who won the toss and elected to have first use of the wicket. Bryony Smith, the captain, has contributed 21, Alexei 20, and Cranstone the last. It's been a watchful inning, the two batters out there on 15 and 11, and they've needed to try and lead a recovery, Hill and Miles, and they've got 102 for 7 the score, 30 overs gone.
So 20 left here. I think if they can bat through these, score at 4 and over, that'll get them another 80, so we'll get them to 182. And 182 from where they were. Now, a real change here is try and hunt a breakthrough, but instead that's a bit short. Pulled out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Catherine Bryce changing ends. Had opened the bowling from the Beckenham end. It's now come on from the City end. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 9 for none from her first spell. Again from Catherine Bryce, a thoughtful and impressive leader, both at club and country for so long. Of course, region, one should say. Kirsty Gordon taking over skippering duties at Blaze this season. Seen back on for the first time since Bryce and Ballinger opened up. Since then been a diet of spin between Gordon, Groves, Hyam and Kelly. But now, decision being made by Gordon that it's best to turn to the Scot. That kept a little bit low. Well dug out by Beth and Miles. Similar in. All beautifully bowled by Catherine Bryce. And given by umpire Banbury. Great stuff from the experienced Scot. That classic Catherine Bryce line, full, just nipping back, always a threat to that ad. And gets the decision. 104 for 8. All sorts of trouble for the South East Stars. Had been a little bit of a rebuild from Hill and Miles, adding 27 for this 8th wicket. But that partnership is done now. 104 for 8 in the 31st. As Raina McDonald-Gate, the youngster, heads out. End of Miles, who had a couple of boundaries in her 17 off 34. She's the 3rd top scorer in the innings. Bryony Smith made 21, Alexis Stonehouse 20. And that is another frustrating departure for the home side in this eliminator, who would have had a real eye on just trying to bat as much of these 50 overs as possible. Now out heads Rihanna McDonald-Gate, who is a bright young thing. I was just talking about that cricket and hockey crossover. She was also part of the England age group hockey setup, which limited her appearances with the Stars last season, where she also broke through into the 100 setup. A great story about being gobsmacked when Jonathan Batty picked her in the 11. Talking about coming into the competition, not played a lot of matches and was really nervous. Said she was honestly shaking for that first game. In the later game, the men's slot at the Oval, a massive crowd, you couldn't hear anyone. But it's come a long way in a short space of time, McDonald-Gate. This will be a real test for her. Out there just looking to keep Hill company. That's a single to get McDonald-Gate off the mark. 105 for 8 off 31. Successful over in bringing Catherine Bryce back has worked to treats, and her wicket now means that all 6 Blaze bowlers have taken at least 1 wicket, and it has been a real theme of their excellence both in T20 and 50 over cricket this season, that they've across the attack had all disciplines covered. The quick left arm swing of Ballinger, the fast medium on the spot in swing from Catherine Bryce, and then the great variety of spinners, one of whom continues here in the form of Kirsty Gordon, who already has 2 for 14 off 9. She's bowling herself out here, the captain. Will be the need to just see off.
Talk about leading.
Again, a bit of dramatic sideways movement, but it's more than enough to have the one that doesn't spin is an LBW threat. Or finds the inside edge, a slightly awkward looking shot from McDonald-Gate.
Well, she's got a great economy race, and she's picked up those 2 prized wickets of Smith and certainly Davidson Richard contribute the cap.
Time have a look out. What a Davis would be down 10. Just got 2 big wickets. And again, right on the button from Gordon. A proven performer in regional cricket, has the ability to win games with the ball, and a brilliant cricketing brain. We'll be hoping to push her game forwards in contention for further honours. The words of her head coach Chris Guest, and she's demonstrated exactly why there. A heck of a spell from Kirsty Gordon. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 14 for 2, means that with 32 gone it's 105 for 8.
And a big partnership now needed by these two. You mentioned about Danny Gregory. More will be hoped when she's got ball in hand than with the bat. Ballinger just warming up here. She fancies coming back.
Catherine Bryce continuing as the sun just peeps through the clouds. Now one wonders whether we might see Chloe Hill start to be a touch more expansive. 11 off 36 for her here. Survival has been the order of the day. At what point, she's now with the number 10, McDonald Gay, does she feel like she's maybe got to be more aggressive? Well, she's managed to work that one fine leg. Brings on to strike McDonald Gay, who has 95 runs in the competition this season at an average of 9.5 with a best of 23. And you mentioned Danny Gregory. Danny Gregory has not been needed to bat very. Nice confident shot from McDonald Gay out to deep cover for 1.
Slightly slower ball, wasn't it? But she read it.
She's another one that's benefited from the extension of more full-time contracts across the regional setups this year. More than 100 full-time professional cricketers in Hazard. W attacking those pads. Get part of that World Cup regional side of the back end of the 2021 season. So work Hill straight to short mid. Just 17 years old. So here is a picture of those. Easy for me to say the Eliminator and the pressure of being 8 wickets down in that Eliminator.
Yeah, that is what makes it so difficult. We've seen Kirsty Gordon bowl remarkably well. 2 for 410. Grace Ballinger is going to return. She bowled at the other end, the City end, but she's going to have a look from this Beckenham end, and she'll very much be hoping with the extra pace that she offers.
Trust Bryce from the City end, Biggs was from the Beckenham end, and they've clearly both wanted the first from Bryce, her wicket. Great bowler and Donald Gay. Oh, very good. Nice to be inside, standing up to the stumps. They feel with, of course, very much not a new ball anymore. It's not going to swing too much, and it's the right phase of the game for the impressive Scott Sarah Rice to be up to the Stigley as well for McDonald. Can't get out yet by meeting off.
That's and pleasing on the.
It's easy to see a lot England had a vice into Scrivens playing. They finish runners up at that. They're up deep mid wickets and not in line, but you can see it's just arcing. Changing the field prompted by that. They've brought in a catching gully, and you can totally understand why. Blocked back, nicely bowled by Ballinger, who's having a great year with the ball. I guess left variance means she's a big asset. She's added a yard of pace in the off season.
She certainly looks much quicker, yep, that's fair.
Oh, that's found the outside edge, it's sliced away. The gap between gully and point. Deep third will come round and keep it to 2. He finished off by telling me, and this was at the start of the season, he said that In his exact words, he said, "I'm excited to see her steaming in," and we've certainly seen plenty of that, as have the Stars to their misfortune. Almost half our wickets this season have come against them in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Oh, beautifully bowled by Ballinger again. And that is the end of her first over back into the attack. Her first spell was a touch expensive, 1 for 28 off 5. But her second spell starts right on the button, 107 for 8.
Tall upright action. Ballinger got that extra pace as well. You can see she's very much enjoying her cricket. And so she should be with this Eliminator, offering the chance to go through to the final. And they know they need to just keep on remaining 16 overs.
Yeah, it's kind of bat and wreck. Erring, you know, he's become 69 for over such a long period of time. So good bat as well. It's got edge through, fine leg, and will eventually come back for 2. No shortage of encouragement from a teammate, so I'm sure we'll quite fancy bowling the Stars out early and having a nice early lunch. Well, there was some LBW appeals there, but did look to be swinging a bit too much for Catherine Bryce.
Good running from Hill to turn, from McDonald Gay to turn 1 into 2. She knew she was going back to the danger end.
Yeah, and who knows, that pitch looking, Blaze's concerns with the bat, how valuable these 11. Donald gets a lot of Chloe Hill stick. Might not exactly be a good position now, but you take 115 for 8 over 77 for 7.
Well, it was a good partnership, wasn't it, of 27 between those two.
Yes, you're absolutely right, albeit it's always a concerning day at the cricket as the 35th over ends 115 for 8 when you win the toss and bat and you find yourself talking about a good partnership of 27.
Yeah, indeed.
And that reflects just how on top the Blaze have been. You have reached a final before as representing the East Midlands region, the Loughborough Lightning back in the KSL days, losing finalists against the Surrey Stars in the T20 Charlotte Edwards Cup back in 2021, but neither of these two have been in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final. And by the end of today, we'll know who will be facing the Vipers at the weekend.
Here's Ballinger at the top of her mark. 115 for 8 is the score. We've had 35 overs. And the left-arm bowler is on her way, running up past umpire James Treadwell. And drilling back down the ground is the Stars batter, McDonald Gay, wanting to really contribute. Danny Gregory still to come, but the best partnership of the innings so far, that one between Smith and Stonehouse. 40 they put on for the second wicket, and then the next best was that 27 that we just mentioned. So it has been slim pickings in terms of runs, with the ball certainly dominating bat, and this one down the leg side will be signalled a wide by umpire James Treadwell. All runs more than welcome. Remember, we did have that little hiatus. We had 16 minutes or 15 minutes off the field of play at the halfway stage of the innings. But the rain has abated. It's got a little bit warmer. It's got a little bit brighter. And here comes Ballinger in that orange shirt, charging in. This one much better in terms of the radar. Slightly outside off stump, and with the wicketkeeper standing up, it makes it difficult for the batter. You can see Hill just going down and giving some instruction No doubt that instruction is to try and nudge one, get me back onto strike. She has 13. McDonald Gay giving her good support on 6 at the other end, and here is the bowler. This one worked out towards the deep cover boundary. They take 1 and they'll settle for 1.
These sides have already had a low scoring thriller this season, and if it's anything like the first one was, we're in for a treat, folks. That was in mid-July at Nettleworth.
Well, there we are. There is a big incentive to winning this game, going through to the final. Ballinger charging in once more and just opening the face and working it to third, and they come through for 1. Wasn't the best bit of fielding, it just evaded maybe the fielder in position.
So that was back on July the 17th. The Blaze made 159 all out from 46.2 overs. They were 62 for 6 at one point, so they were in all sorts of trouble.
Ballinger desperate to conclude the over at the top of her mark and wanting to get at the batter. A dot to end.
So
in fact, there's one more still to come because of the wide. Sorry, Mike.
No, it's alright. I was just going to say it. So it was almost a bit of this in reverse, kind of. 62 for 6, recovered to 159 all out. Teresa Graves made 56 off 96. Freya Davies picked up 3 for 28. McDonald Gay took 2 for 25. Davidson Richards picked up a couple, as did Alexis Stonehouse, in what was a very impressive bowling performance from the Stars.
Well, it's just a total to bowl at. That's what you want. This one just runs past the outside edge, and that is a dot to end. We are now at the end of the over. 36 gone, 118 for 8 is the score. The South East Stars having first use of the wicket after winning the toss and electing to do so.
And then the chase at Nettleworth that day in mid-July was a bizarre one, because so they won by 13-3 of his 100 was made in victory. Tasmin Brits was playing a different game to everyone altogether. How impressive he was overseas. She made 85 off 63, so she made more for the runs in the rate. Alice did 20.
Yeah, well, we know the talent of Brits, as this time Hill is working the ball to extra cover and they come through for a single.
Grace Ballinger picked up 3 wickets. Kirsty Gordon took a couple, but the Stars squeaked home by 2 wickets. So you might be seeing this scoreboard and thinking, well, this could be a very one-sided game. But there's every chance with this tricky pitch it won't be.
Yep, it ain't necessarily so. That is how the saying goes, as McDonald Gay just tries to work one into the leg side. Bryce continuing, wearing the number 17 shirt. And Grace Ballinger continuing to give encouragement to her teammates. They really have been chipper in the field. Again, as this one just wraps the pads, you hear 1 or 2 stifled appeals for LBW, quickly waved away by umpire Grace Banbury. Edging up towards that one within the 50. The fish doesn't reach the field. The Claridge was interested momentarily. That bottom hand coming into play as she tried to just force it round the corner. And this time McDonald Gay is perfect in defence. The fielder just being dropped out to the boundary's edge at long leg. And Bryce is at the top of her mark once more. Comes running in and bowls to the South East Stars batter.
With 100, Jemima Rodriguez with her first wicket in that competition, which has done so much for women's cricket in terms of, on a domestic level, the crowds that it's pulled in. It's also come through England under 16, 18s and 19s hockey setup, McDonald Gay. And when she does get going, you see that in the way that she bats often, just certain shots she plays that you can tell have come straight off the hockey pitch.
Here is Ballinger at the top of her mark, running up past the umpire. And bowling to the aforementioned McDonald Gay, who works this away on the leg side and will pick up 2. Good running. Hill making sure that she kept good company to the batter who struck those 2 runs. And into double figures goes McDonald Gay. She's on to 11. And all of these runs are priceless. These lower order runs, if they can continue to be accumulated, as this time she goes through the offside. And Hill again, knowing that she's going to that danger end, quickly turns it back for 2. It wasn't sloppy fielding, in fairness. It's a decent bit of work from Kelly, who's been good out there in the deep. But she just ran that first one so hard, it just enabled McDonald Gay to get back onto strike. 4 from the over so far. Ballinger will want to stem the flow of runs. She's not used to giving these away, and it's a much slower ball this time that's picked by the batter.
Yeah, Grace Ballinger 6th in the wickets table for the tournament at the start of today. And set the tone, you would say, with that wicket from the second ball of this match.
Yep, dismissing Kira Chatley through the gate, clean bowled for no score. And Ballinger running in again. Perfect in defence. Here's McDonald Gay. You can hear everybody getting right behind the bowler. We've still got over 12 overs to go in the innings. And Ballinger is ready to continue here at the county ground in Beckenham. That is the venue for this eliminator. Plenty of bottom hand in this one. Punched over the boundary's edge it goes. It went through the vacant extra cover region, and that was very elegant again. She's just finding her feet here, McDonald Gay, out in the middle there. She's picked up 8 runs so far in this over off Ballinger.
So it means that they've added 51 for 1 since Cranstone was out, and they were 77 for 7, the Stars.
Which represents a good recovery, and that is the positive that you can take into the halfway stage. This one just rattles past the outside edge. Through to the wicket-keeper it goes.
Yeah, it's been quite a remarkable turn. 38. So if they go at 4 and over from here, they're 48, and they end up with 176, which, my goodness me, from where they were, they would have been in almost a state of disbelief if you told them at 77 for 7, the South East Stars, that they were going to get 176.
Overs to go in the innings then. And Bryce just having a chat with Gordon, the captain. They're all very chipper out there in the field. Kirsty Gordon has picked up those 2 wickets she's bowled out, 2 for 14 from 10. And just continuing is Bryce, and starting up with a dot.
Well, 150 is the next milestone.
Yeah, indeed it is. Yeah, 150 anywhere to start. And you've mentioned the fragility of the batting from the Blaze perspective. A half-hearted appeal again.
Yeah, it's been an unwanted theme for them in recent times. 159 all out against the Stars, 193 for 7 in a successful chase against the Sparks.
Chloe Hill hasn't had too much of the strike in recent times, but she's facing up this time as this goes down the leg side. It should be a wide, and is.
171 all out in their second meeting against the Stars, 165 all out in losing against the Sunrisers, and then 162 all out in defeat against the Vipers.
Bryce. It's a shorter one, which could be picked out here by the fielder. Comes racing in. It maybe fell just short. It certainly wasn't easy, and they for two. It has to go down as it wasn't easy for the fielder there on the boundary edge.
Sophie Mung into. It's that classic dilemma of what do you do, and that she actually did quite well to make sure that having missed the catch, she at least stopped it.
Yeah, well, I think she felt that it was always going to be unlikely to take the catch. She's hurt herself in the process. You can see she's just holding her hand there a wee bit. She'll be okay to continue.
Bryce hunting her second wicket of the game. Just drops her bat on that one, Hill. He's played a very responsible innings in very different circumstances. 15 not out, 47. Donald Gay has injected some good energy into things as well. So that's through the covers. The Stars showing the depth of their batting lineup here. And the pressure of a run chase can do funny things, particularly in an eliminator situation.
.11 to go. That is the completion of 39 overs. 132 for 8 is the score. And these two batters keeping each other company. Chloe Hill has 18. Rhianna McDonald-Gay undefeated on 17 at the other end. And there is going to be another change of bowling. Suddenly the fielding side have things to think about. Lucy Heyhoe comes back into the bowling attack. They just need to keep going, these two. 18 away from that 150 mark.
Yeah, and there's also a psychological aspect to this when you've recovered from such a terrible position, which is that the scoreboard still clearly favours the Blaze, but it's the way in which it's got there. The Stars will feel like there's at least some scintilla of momentum.
Well, at 77 for 7, you're thinking to yourself, will you even get to 3 figures?
Absolutely.
And that shows that things can quickly change. You only need that little partnership, and that's what we're seeing here. A couple of quick partnerships. That partnership of 27 taking the score on to 104, and these two now have put together 28, so it's the second best of the innings so far. And here is Hill just missing out on one here. Just wrapped her on the pads, and a dot ball is the net result. Heyhoe continues, racing in once more, and this one drilled to Lizelle Lee. I say drilled, it was hit with less power than that. It found its way though to the South African. And another dot is the outcome that we see. This one much slower, and somehow she was looking to go leg side. It finds its way down to third. Grace Ballinger has been moved to the other end of the field of play.
I mean, it is worth putting into context quite how extraordinary what we've seen is. South East Stars have won both games against the Blaze, hit the most sixes of any team in the competition this season, the second fastest scoring batting team as well, and they've been ripped apart.
You have to credit the Blaze for that. Yep, they've certainly bowled well. Remember, it was the Stars at the start of the day who won the toss and elected to have first use of the wicket. Bryony Smith made 21, Stonehouse 20, Bethan Miles made 17. And these two batters going along nicely, 19 and 17 respectively.
Thanks to Hypercourse for those stats. 33 sixes hit by the Stars now after that straight 6 from Davidson Richards there only today. And they've scored their runs at 5.1 and over. But they haven't today, of course, well below that. Yeah,
well below that. The only maximum we've seen is from Davidson Richards, although this one is uppish. It's going to beat Lizelle Lee. She should just stop it going out over the boundary's edge, but they'll come back for 2. Donald Gay, who is quick, Wanted to think about a third, but Lee's got that powerful arm. They settle 4-2, and that is the end of the over. So 40 have been bowled now. 135 for 8 is the score. Both of the batters have 19 runs apiece, and Michael McCann will take you through the next 5 overs.
Thank you very much, Jamie Reid. So 10 left, and the Stars are very much on the scramble for what they can get here. 40. I think they possibly might even get greedy now and think they could get even more than that if these two can bat the 10 overs, but 40 would get them to 175. Worth caveating what we just said about the Stars' excellent batting with the fact that they've been facing the best bowling unit in the competition. Economical bowling side, they've gone at 4.6, and they've had the highest percentage, 60%. Catherine Bryce, one of the reasons why, starts with a bouncer that's skied over the top of mid-wicket. Square leg coming around Q. On here. Got to hear the dugout, the batting dugout away to our right. Fair bit more, just cheering even a 2 that plugs into a gap like that. All too aware that the momentum's starting to go their way here. This is Steeps, a comfortable catch. That's just what the South East Stars didn't need. Chloe Hill, who's played very responsibly and nicely for her 19 off 54, has to go. 135 for 9, and now the Blaze, who will have been frustrated by this stubborn lower middle order resistance, will feel like they're almost through now. Just 1 wicket needed to bowl the South East Stars out. 137 for 9.
Well, I did think when you said 40 it may be a bit more greedy, that you are thinking to yourself, that's always a long way off, especially when you're 8 wickets down.
Yep.
And when you bowl into the pitch like that, it gives the opportunity to try and get elevation, to try and pick up boundaries. That's what they desperately need. You can see Hill just giving some instruction to Gregory as the final wicket makes their way out to the middle there. And suddenly 150 seems a little way off with 9 wickets down. It's amazing, isn't it, how quickly cricket changes.
Great credit to McDonald, Gay and Hill. They've just added 33 for the 9th wicket, which in the context of this game could be oh so valuable. And off walks Chloe Hill for 21 off 55. 1 wicket needed now from the Blaze, who've refound their form at the crucial time, having lost 4 of their last 6 games in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 1 washed out against Thunder, and in that win against the Sparks, only 2 they didn't suffer defeat in. But having slipped into this eliminator when for so long it had seemed not far off certain they would win the group. And now 1 wicket away from bowling the Stars out. Here's Catherine Bryce into Gregory with another shorter one. It's a nice looking shot from Danny Gregory, just guides it away out to deep cover for 1. The era of the true rabbit tail ender is very much a thing of the past now. Even Danny Gregory works very hard on her batting at number 11. And we'll see this as a valuable chance just to try and keep the company of McDonald Gay, who may well look to be a bit more expansive. But for now, just has to drop her bat on that one. Good from Catherine Bryce.
Slower ball, wasn't it? In fairness, the batter picked it, and you're right, she just needs to try and play to her partner. McDonald Gay has 19.
And again, won't get anything for that. Catherine Bryce, who's very impressive, what then is I think she's over the years until this season. Kirsty Gordon taking over. So that is a wide. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Had the pleasure of Catherine's company on commentary at the recent ICC European Tournament. I did get an opportunity to do some commentary on matches they weren't part of. And Catherine Bryce was one of the first to avail herself of that, getting training from the brilliant Izzy Joyce next to me, which is something of an inspirational role model in terms of showing players who current international cricketers that once hanging up the boots, there's an opportunity to transition into broadcasters, as he's done so successfully. And it was great to have Catherine's company for 3 consecutive days along with Chloe Abel and Lorna Jack. And now Bryce focused on getting the Blaze into another final. We did sort of say to each other at Desert Springs, potentially see you at the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final next Sunday, which very much at the time would have been the aim for the Blaze. I don't think anyone would have really expected them to not only end up in the Eliminator, but of course, due to the venue switch, the South East Stars
at home, yeah, of course,
to end up at home.
Good chance to bowl at Gregory here.
Yep. Heyhoe will be fancying finished one bar. You will see with her own impressive spin bowling later on. And again, Gregory just taking no real risks, and you wouldn't expect it to. Just look to push the ball into a gap for a single if you possibly can. Again, but even if it means that Gregory just has to take a maiden here, you don't mind that if you're a South East Stars supporter.
No, you want her to give McDonald Gay the chance to carry on the innings.
Shorter, not the best delivery. Oh, and it hits straight to short mid-wicket, who can't hold on. And that's also winded the fielder in the process. It was a diving, tumbling effort from Marie Kelly, who is also hurt herself. She's just wringing sort of edge of her fingers on her right hand. Is in some considerable pain as play goes on. Craig out to point. Only just survived the previous delivery.
In fairness, that was hit with a lot of power, wasn't it?
Yeah. Short of rocked back and got a decent amount on the pull shot. Oh, beautifully bowled by Heyhoe, who's left frustrated. Had a hole over at the number 11, Danny Gregory, who manages to survive. 42 overs gone, 139 for 9. Does remind me of one of the things that for me is one of the great joys of cricket, which is it's a very rare sport in which you see players having to execute things that are not their primary skill. And bowlers batting is a great example there. You've got the whole of the South East Stars dugout in an eliminator, their Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy season, somewhat hanging on Danny Gregory's ability to help see out that over and help them continue this innings. Indeed, in the run chase, one sees that even more at the sharp end of things. Catherine Bryce continuing, now bowling to McDonald Gay, who swings and misses and he's left frustrated there. You know, there's no other sport in which that quite happens. You would never get a game of football, for example, that could go to a penalty shootout and the striker goes in goal.
No, that's a fair point.
Whereas you can get a run chase and it can come down to 10 and 11. As Bryce bangs another one into the pitch, this is skied up. It could be the end of the innings. It won't quite be. Mid-on running around, never really had a chance in truth. And they get 2, which is important to keep McDonald Gay on strike. Curious sport we play and love, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's really been the tactic, hasn't it, bowling into the pitch and looking to see what happens from Bryce's perspective.
Yeah, they were visibly delighted when she got that wicket of Chloe Hill-Munro with a catch to see the plan come off. And that's a looping cutter from Bryce. They will take the single, so Gregory exposed to the strike, which she just about survived despite that drop chance in the previous over. 140 for 9. Gregory again, the braided wonder, as I've dubbed her on commentary before, does manage to get off strike here to encouraging cheers from the dugout. They will take, well, they looked like they might for a second, but they decide against it in the end. It was good hustle from Marie Kelly coming in from Deep backward square to stop the prospect of 2. I think it's right that they would have taken that, because I think when you're in a situation like they are, you can't be too choosy. Well, they want a single there. Oh, it's a huge mix-up, and in truth there was a second where Ballinger could have thrown to either end, a direct hit, and Gregory would have been gone. A lot of faffing about for a dot ball.
Yeah, plenty going on, too much going on.
Banged into the pitch, slapped down the ground from McDonald-Gay. What a shot that is. She's picked up on Catherine Bryce's plan here, and Bryce might have to have a rethink. That's a very modern way of hitting the ball down the ground, baseball style. And one more like that, the 150 will be up. End of the 43rd, 147 for 9.
Well, these are priceless runs, aren't they? She's picked up 26 runs, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. It's going to be judged, her performance, that is, on what she does with the ball in hand. But certainly to score the 26 runs and score the runs at the bottom end, the lower end of the order, is so encouraging. And we are seeing the Stars edge ever closer to that 150 mark.
That 4 also means it's her highest score in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. Previous best of 23 for McDonald-Gay. Started playing as a 4-year-old when following her brother to training at Adlington CC across the road from her house. Now again we're in a game inside a game of Gregory just trying to survive here. Gregory down the ground for 1. Plenty of encouraging, supportive cheers for Danny Gregory, who recently received a cap recognising that she's the first Stars player to reach 50 appearances. Better known across that time for her excellent work with the ball. As McDonald-Gay takes her turn to be uncertain. Lovely cap presentation from Eilish Cranstone, who'd done a proper speech, including, it doesn't seem too long ago we were spending our winters doing the graveyard shift with George Abbott, pulling out those rickety squat racks for a session at 9 PM on a Wednesday. McDonald-Gay drives straight at extra covers, slight misfield, but they won't run. How times have changed. You're a great athlete, super springy. I'm still not sure how you managed to jump that high. Also the fastest sprinter in the team by miles, but somehow your feet never appear to come off the ground. Is that short? And could be stumped. It is stumped. Super work from Sarah Bryce, and the South East Stars are bowled out for 148. Came down the track, McDonald-Gay, got herself in a little bit of a pickle in truth. Ended up swiping and missing, and a keeper of Sarah Bryce's excellence was just not going to miss out on the opportunity. So McDonald-Gay goes for a rallying 26 off 47, which has helped the Stars make their way from 77 for 7 to almost doubling that score for the last 3 wickets. It will be 149 to win in this eliminator for the Blaze.
Indeed, and it's certainly something to bowl at. That is the positive. I know it's only 3 runs and over, but if they can get into that top order, the Stars will give themselves every opportunity of going through to that finals day. And that is the context. The Vipers, of course, already there. They're through to the final. They knocked the Blaze off top spot in the final round of group matches, and the winners will go up against them in Sunday's final. A huge round of applause for the Blaze as they make their way off. They've been very, very impressive. The ground staff will get to work, but certainly you have to think to yourself that there is an opportunity now to, if they can get those early wickets, maybe go on and win this game, win this playoff here at Beckenham. And should they do that, well, it would be remarkable, wouldn't it? Because they've been good in the second half of this competition, in the run-in of this competition, and if you like, the Blaze have somehow just dropped off a wee bit. But we are at the innings break, and the South East Stars, having first use of this wicket, were dismissed for 148 from 43.5 overs. Kira Chatley bowled Ballinger for no score. Alexis caught Kim for 20, was bowled by Grive. Alison Richards made 8. Cranstone was tapped in front by Kelly Elliott of dismissal. Hill made a well-crafted 21 before eventually being caught by Monroe off the bowling of Bryce. Bethan Miles, 17 for her, another front for wicket on a wicket to fall, stumped by Bryce, leaving Gregory undefeated on 7 wides and 4 leg byes in that all-out total.
In the visitors' dressing room, we'll go off for a spot of lunch, but we'll try it. 149 win for the
And welcome back. This is Jamie Reid alongside Michael McCann for commentary of this Eliminator between South East Stars and the Blaze. A reminder that it's South East Stars who had first use of the wicket. You're with us for the live stream, a place of course in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final on offer for the winners of this one. The Stars just in a huddle and getting ready to make their way out to the middle alongside our two umpires, who are very much hoping that the rain that we saw earlier will continue to abate. We won't get any further interruptions. James Treadwell and Grace Banbury, our two on-field umpires. Sarah Bartlett is the match referee for this fixture, and the two openers, I should say, for the Blaze, Marie Kelly and the very dangerous Lizelle Lee, making their way out to the middle. The South East Stars batted first. They were dismissed for 148, which means 149 will win it for the Blaze, and you just get the feeling that both sides will try to be aggressive up front. The Stars need quick wickets. The Blaze will want to take advantage of the power play with the field up. We know that Lee in particular can be very, very aggressive. You will put her down as being the prized wicket. Should the Stars pick up that wicket early on, well, it will make for an intriguing second innings. That's why we'll all be on the edge of our seats, and it's going to be interesting to see just how well this one goes. Early inroads, wickets up front will be the main aim, and we saw Rihanna McDonald score 26 with the bat, which was the top score in the innings in that low total, or that low total that was put on the board of 148. It was a good knock before she was the final wicket, the final batter to leave the field of play, and it will be with the ball that McDonald Gay is at her best. We know how good she can prove to be in that regard, and she is now ready and at the top of her mark at this Beckenham end. Just having a chat with ADR, Alice. In fact, they're not happy with Alice Davidson. He's seen enough cricket balls over the years to know that he's fairly happy with that one. And Lizelle Lee just takes her guard, and we are now underway. Rihanna McDonald-Gay comes in and bowls on off stump, and Lee just covers up and pushes back down the track. And your commentator for the first 5 overs, who's back alongside, very much hoping that we have a good second innings and a good game to look forward to, is Michael McCann.
Thank you very much, Jamie Reid. Just having a lovely chat with the Blaze scorer.
Nice.
Who was regaling me with various tales of life in the Midlands this season and following their journey all round the country. Was very much understandably not necessarily expecting to be at Beckenham today, but such was how it all turned out. As once again McDonald-Gay's in a really nice spot with the new ball, as we've seen so often in her promising early career. And she was very much sharing with me, the Blaze scorer, a sense of... I was asking, I mean, I'm strictly neutral in the commentary box, of course, but she's very much not, and was concerned about their batting. As again, McDonald-Gay somewhat unerring, probing in this opening over. She was a touch tentative when I put it to her, you know, just the 149 to win. Won't repeat everything she said, but a very detailed explanation of pretty much what yours truly been mentioning in the first half of this contest, that their batting has not quite been at the levels they wanted recently.
Well, the Stars have got nothing to lose and everything to gain here, because the Blaze are expected to win.
Now, the other fascinating aspect to this is Lizelle Lee is naturally ultra aggressive. And if she can stay in for any period of time, that's going to massively help them take down this low target. Oh! Too good to find the edge. An excellent ball to finish what has been a dangerous first over from Raina McDonald-Gay. Still nothing to show for it on the board in terms of wickets, but good probing stuff. Close to a snick there. None for none after one.
Well, she's beaten the bat a couple of times, and I think this is going to be intriguing, and it's going to be fascinating to watch, because you say Lee will play her shots. I think she has to do that, certainly with the field up. You want to get off to a profitable start. And from a Stars perspective, they want her to play shots because they want to get her out. They need to get her out. They're not going to contain this score. The only way they're going to win it is by dismissing the Blaze, and getting Lee out is a real difficulty. They know how good she is. She is the chief wicket, make no doubt about that.
Hunting an early breakthrough, desperately needed one, and a Yorker like that is going to cause plenty of problems for Marie Kelly, who will be feeling in good nick as she faces up to the talented youngster Alexis Stonehouse.
Good start, wasn't it, from Stonehouse? On the money.
Kelly with 3 half-centuries already in this competition this season. Finds extra cover there. 56 off 62 against the Vipers, and then 54 off 74 against the Storm, and another 50 against the Vipers, making 61 against them. She was one of the only batters to impress at the weekend for the Blaze. So that might have flicked off the pad. It hasn't, because it's signalled as wide by umpire Banbury. The weekend, and well, that was one thing that the Blaze scorer was still sort of lamenting about, which was how they'd ended up not finishing top, needing 289 to win against the Vipers, but even a narrow defeat would have seen them finish top. Stonehouse once again in all the right spots. Quickly runs single to mid-off. Leaves Lee struggling at the keeper's end, and she's out. Oh, that is so needless. Marie Kelly charging to what she thought was the danger end at mid-off. Lee hesitated, and then a good quick flat throw leaves the bells whipped off, and well, even from deep third we could clearly see that that was out. James Treadwell had no hesitation in giving it. That is just what you don't want, handing the momentum back to the opposition when you're only chasing a low total. The Blaze 1 for 1, and Lizelle Lee run out for a 6-ball duck.
Well, it's a triple blow, isn't it? Because A, you've got rid of the dangerous Lizelle Lee. When I say a triple blow, that's from the Blaze perspective. You've also got a batter out there now with that on her mind, thinking to herself, yep, I've just run out my partner. And of course, you know that you've handed a little bit of incentive to the Stars, who wanted to pick up the wicket, and that would have been the dream. That would have been the start that they wanted. Get Lizelle Lee back in the pavilion. They've done it.
Yeah, nicely put. An absolute mess of a delivery from the Blaze point of view. That hands on 3 levels. Some early momentum to the South East Stars. Trying to arrest that. Out comes Sarah Bryce, who has at one point in July hit back-to-back half-centuries in this competition earlier on in the campaign against the Diamonds and the Vipers. She's out there with Kelly and facing up to Stonehouse. Full again, likes those attacking lines arcing in, as left armers so often do. Alexis Stonehouse, who is the 3rd highest wicket taker in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. She's having a great campaign. 21 wickets, just a tickle under 18 in terms of average. It's turned away by Sarah Bryce for 1. She's off the mark. The Scot, who so impressive as always behind the stumps, got that very tidy stumping to finish the innings off. McDonald-Gay will feel pretty confident about things here, as will Stonehouse, because they're two batters who actually did get something of a score for the Stars.
Well, Stonehouse opens the batting and the bowling. Such a key player.
Oh, not a good ball, a full toss, and it's duly thumped away through square leg. Big chase needed, and in truth, the fielder had no chance. That is a bit of a very early Christmas present. And a batter of the sheer quality of Marie Kelly wasn't going to miss out. A nerve-settling boundary for her after being involved in that run-out. Gets her off and running.
Yeah, important to score runs early on. Never easy for the fielder running round from long leg trying to cut off that boundary.
Short, slow ball from Stonehouse and slightly towed by Kelly. And end of the second over, an eventful one. 6 for 1 after 2.
Well, interesting that Alice Davidson-Richards certainly looked at the ball before a ball had been bowled and said to James Treadwell, "I'm not happy," and it very much looks like the ball has been changed. Of greater concern to me is the fact that it's got much colder and we've got that rain cloud just coming overhead, which is a worry.
Yes, it is worth saying 10 overs here is what's needed to constitute a game. After that we get on to Duckworth Lewis Stern calculators and all that kind of jazz to work out who's won it. McDonald Gay continuing for a very sharp pace, blocked back by Bryce. Sarah Bryce, who alongside sister Catherine was part of that Scotland side that reached global qualifiers recently and pursuing a place at the next Women's T20 World Cup.
Well, I think it would be a huge surprise if we didn't get the 10 overs in.
Aesthetically pleasing drive through cover point, zinged into the gloves of Chatley.
But of course what we want to try and do is make sure that it's settled out on the field of play, not via DLS.
Yeah, and it's what both teams would prefer as well.
Absolutely.
Particularly when you've got so much on the line. This is by no means, of course, a regular group stage fixture. It's an eliminator, no less. So that's a lovely flowing square drive from Bryce. Just rocked back, didn't try and hit it too hard, and it does go for 4. Sort of half a square drive, half a cut. Didn't try and smash it, just timed the crackers out of it for 4. Sarah Bryce's first boundary.
Yeah, too much width on offer. Cranstone diving away to her left-hand side, more in hope than expectation. Nice shot. That's better.
Yeah, back on kind of lines and lengths that have seen Raina McDonald-Gay be so consistent this season. You think sometimes of bowlers of sort of kind of star performances. One thing that's something really to like about the teenager is how consistent she has been. She's 8th highest wicket taker in the competition, but the way she's done that. Full toss, driven down the ground for 1 by Sarah Bryce, who already looks typically busy and very compact in the way that she plays her shots. So just on McDonald-Gay's consistency, she's the 8th highest wicket taker in the competition, 15 wickets at 23, but on 5 different occasions she's picked up 2 wickets. So that gives you a sense of how often she's been consistently making important contributions. A best of 3 for 27 against the Sparks, which came at the weekend. Left alone by Kelly, and wisely left alone because that's a wide. McDonald-Gay, who burst onto the scene amongst other things with 6 wickets, including a hat-trick for India, for England A against India in a one. Charlie Verma, Harmanpreet Kaur and Deep Sharma out just days after 100 at Lords. was a great interview as well as that third over comes to an end, 13 for 1. We often are used to, and as journalists we understand that it sometimes comes with a game as in the ground staff. You see, execution of process, all this kind of thing, and one understands why they say it. But she said, I just went into the game, and I was just like, bowl how you did in the 100. I think the main concept was just bowl on the stumps, and if you bowl on the stumps, you can't go wrong. And in terms of blunt honesty from Rain and McDonald Gay, well, you can't get more brutally honest than that. And it, of course, worked very well. That game against India was one of a number of performances that really put her on the map. Stonehouse, continuing, another very impressive youngster, and what is coming is enough over Beckenham, so I do reckon we'll be off in a ball or two. As Bryce just nibbles this round through short fine leg, which is short fine leg region, which is vacant. Quickly run 2, 15 for 1 in the 4th over.
They're coming off.
Yep. So, no real surprise, and let's hope that this is not too long a delay then. So the score 15 for 1 after 3 overs and 1 ball. It was just bowled then by Stonehouse. Sarah Bryce has 8 to her name. Marie Kelly has 4. Further up, we'll bring them to you. We did lose about 14 minutes or so earlier off Rain. We only start losing overs once half an hour has been lost across the match, so we can afford 15 minutes here before we start chopping overs off. And for now, we wait to see quite how long this particular delay is. We fear it might be longer.
I think it will be, Michael, looking at it, yep.
As I spend the declassing jury.
And a very good afternoon to you. Thank you for your patience. This is Jamie Reid on the live stream. Now, they say good things come to those who wait. And we are back. The Blaze have been set a revised victory target of 52 from 10 overs under the DLS method. It means that they need a further 37 runs from 40 balls. Sit back, buckle up, and make sure you get ready for what's going to be some high octane action. We're here, we're ready to get going. The two umpires, well, they've done well to get us out there, and they're indebted to the ground staff. They've worked tirelessly to get this pitch ready for play, and we are going to get back underway, which is a huge positive. Just and see it through to the end, because the last thing we want, Michael McCann, is any more drama. We just want to see this game played out in the middle.
Well, both teams have been practicing for a bowl out at one point during that rain delay, and Bryony Smith said to me, I tried my seamers and it certainly wasn't going to be me if we get that far, because I didn't hit a single one from 10 attempts. That is where we would go if this match couldn't be completed. Now, 10 overs constitutes a game in terms of the run chase. 50 over run chase it once was 149 to win. That has been reduced down, which gets us to where we sit now. What is going to be a season defining now at most. Also 50 of 10. They won a 3-2 rain came, the Blaze. Power plays over, 2 overs bowler.
Indeed, yeah. So 37 runs needed from 4 balls, doing for 1. Alexa Stonehouse to continue bowling from that city end and driving down the single ball. The excitement, you can hear just how much he's out there. There's nothing worse, but if they are getting go again, and these bowlers need to make sure they do their thing. The batters will be doing that, and the umpire just signals that will be a wide.
So as mentioned, just a couple of over power plays out there with kind of fun things. And the pressure of the immediately on resumption. Marie Kelly nicks off for 4, a regulation catch, and Alexa Stonehouse strikes. A valuable breakthrough, 17 for 2.
And you would expect that wicket to take place, because the ball is going to be nibbling around out there, and that is the big bonus when you've got the ball in hand. It's very hard to control, but you do get that lateral movement, that sideways movement. And now, could we have a game on our hands? We await to see. Georgie Boyce is striding out to the middle to join her batting partner, and they'll know that they've got plenty of work to do here, because this isn't a foregone conclusion.
Certainly isn't. And the Stars also, I guess, have the advantage of a feeling that there's nothing to lose here.
Absolutely.
Really. The expectations will not have been on them. Indeed, they'll be relieved to be back out there. Both of these teams, speaking to the camps, were very much preferring the prospect of winning the game out in the middle, as opposed to in the indoor school via a bowl off. And here comes someone who really does know what it means to this region. Georgie Boyce, born in Nottinghamshire, returning to Trent Bridge, and after a very successful time of things at Lancashire and at Thunder.
Here's Stonehouse continuing, running up past the umpire and bowling a perfect delivery that's just dug out. It was Yorker length. Not a nice one to get first up for the batter. Now,
the one thing that equation has changed is that required run rate does start to come into play. If the South East Stars can make a good start after this resumption, they can maybe get runs above balls.
Stonehouse continuing on her way once more and driving down the ground. Here's Boyce, the new batter. That is the end of the over. That's Stonehouse done. A reminder, you can only bowl 2, which means that McDonald Gay and Stonehouse, the 2 opening bowlers, have bowled out, and the equation is pretty simple. 17 for 2 is the score now, and we've had 4 overs bowled.
Well, that is great work from Alexa Stonehouse. 1 wide, but 1 wide. Marie Kelly caught behind, simple catch Akira Chatley, and then 2 dots would have been just what the doctor ordered after the restart, and it makes things quite nervy for the Blaze. Remember, before that resumption, really, required run rate was not in play at all, chasing just 149 to win off 50, but things being shortened means that suddenly another tight over here, and the pressure will just start to mount And Boyce and Bryce.
35 from 36 required. I'll see you through the next over, and then Michael will see you home. It means that Cranstone is going to continue here and driving down the ground towards long off. They'll take one and have to settle for one because the fielders are on their toes, and that means it's now 34 off 35. So they need just a smidgen under a runner ball, but things can quickly change. The permutations will do that.
Alice Capsey starting right on the button there.
Indeed, yep, and continuing here, hopefully wanting a wicket, running up past the umpire and driving down the ground, this time to Alice Davidson-Richards out long on, and they take another single, and it's very difficult to control the ball in these situations. Capsey, the off-break bowler, brought into the side. Apologies, it was a Freudian slip from me, but the situation is that wickets are required here. This time pushing back down the track, and another dot ball. You can hear the crowd getting right into it. It's brought everybody alive. It's not ideal conditions. It is pretty dark, dank and dismal out there, but nobody will mind too much as Capsey continues, and hitting the ball down to the vacant third is the batter. They take two. They might have to just settle for two. Bryce just opening up the face, picking up those 2 runs.
Yeah, not Sarah Bryce's most convincing shot. Not that she'll care.
Doesn't matter, does it? No.
Absolutely not. Chanceless 67 not out against the Diamonds book their spot in the T20 finals day, looking to repeat a bit of that magic here to get them into Sunday's final.
Capsey, the 19-year-old, continues, and this time going leg side. It's going to be perfectly hit between the 2 fielders. It bisects them perfectly, and that's 4 welcome runs. James Treadwell gives the signal. Just going onto the pads, straying onto the pads of the batter, and Bryce was equal to it. A good little innings so far, this.
Her second boundary of the 3 in the entire innings.
Indeed, she'll certainly want to continue, keep going, because she knows that there's plenty of work to do. This time she tries to work it away on the offside. It runs through to the wicket-keeper, Kira Chatley. She's happy to get her gloves on it, and that is the end of the over. So we've had half of the overs, and the score is 19 for 2.
32 off the next 5 would bring the drama of a super over, or a champagne super over.
That's what they say, don't they? Yes.
Renamed by a few post 2019 after that extraordinary game on the men's side. 33 to win off 2 for the Blaze to take themselves into a second domestic final this season, and for the South East Stars to make up for playoff heartbreak in the Eliminator last season and get through. They need to keep the Blaze to 31 or under here from the next 30 deliveries. You would say the odds are in favour of the Blaze, but it's not necessarily easy batting conditions. It's a sodden outfield, so drying the ball is going to be incredibly important here. In truth, it's not particularly ideal conditions for playing whether you're in the field or with the bat, as from the Beckenham end it will be Paige Schofield with her very accurate whippy medium paces. It's a attempted whack across the line from Boyce, straight to short mid-wicket. The pressure builds on Boyce, who has 1 off 4. You do sense there's still some twists and turns left in this one. Shorter can get her hands through that one and away for 1. Georgie Boyce, who last season piled up 300 plus runs in T20 cricket for Lancashire and 172 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. Another 147 in this too. Played for Lightning in the Kia Super League once upon a time. Half stop in there by Cranstoun, at the expense of 1 by Chloe Hill. I have to say, of the 2, it is Sarah Bryce who looks in better rhythm of these 2 bats right now.
Yeah, she certainly started well here, up against Schofield in this over.
Schofield, who's been a star all-rounder in this side this season, that's just worked away for 1 more. Ideal bowler to come on in this moment. The 7th best economy rate of anyone in the competition this season. That's anyone that's bowled at least 40 overs is a reasonable qualifying rate on that metric. Otherwise you can have the classic, and there's a few of them, the part-timers who've barely bowled and sneak in on that. Down the ground from Sarah Bryce for 1. I know her parents are here. I was having a chat with them just before we came back on air. You couldn't meet the lovelier pair of humans, Susan and James. They made the long trip down from Edinburgh.
Great effort.
That really is dedication. They unfortunately couldn't make it to the qualifiers in hot and humid Spain for Scotland recently. They were rueing that they'd maybe picked the slightly worse location in terms of the weather. Nice looking shot from Boyce. Didn't try and hit it too hard off the back foot. Guides it away for 1. Patient accumulation from that over. And with 6 gone, Blaze have made a slightly uncertain start, you'd have to say, following that resumption after 3 hours off. Just to add to the drama, the in-ground scoreboard has unfortunately frozen, but it is 30 for 2 after 6, and so that means 22 is needed off the last 4. Can they tick these runs off, secure that spot in the final?
Bryony Smith is going to come into the attack. That's what she needs to do, I think. Keep chopping and changing.
Very much the vogue modern way. Smith with her offies. That's a nice start with the dot. Is urging the ball back to her as quickly as possible from Chatley. Wants to run through the over. Smith has played 9 times for England. Played her only ODI in 2018. Broke back into the T20 side last September. It's a touch too short, and it's hit straight at cover. A direct hit could have been gone by the time Chatley had gathered it and whipped the bails off. Was home safe and sound for the single. She's a real whippet between the sticks, Sarah Bryce.
Yeah, I think you throw to the other end, don't you? You try and run Boyce out. Probably the slower of the 2 batters, but I can understand why they've thrown to the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, more comfortable given the angle of the throw as well. Would have had to have turned and adjusted a lot to get to the bowler's end. Just to add to the drama, we've got more sort of ominous dark clouds overhead. There is no extra time, no cut-off time. If we were to be rained off now, we'd be into a bowl out. Hit hard down the ground on the half volley to long off for 1. Another single.
You really need to put your best fielders, Michael, apologies, into the best positions, and you can see they've done just that with Stonehouse at long off and Davidson Richards at long arm. They've both got bullet arms.
Just a little bit shorter and missed out on by Boyce. Very nice over this from Bryony Smith. You can feel the tension around here at Beckenham, and I promise it's tension, it's not just the fact that it's a bit cold. It's been a lot of hours of patient waiting, and now some very dramatic cricket unfolding in front of us. That's an outside edge and a scampered single again. I described Sarah Bryce as a whippet, and she really demonstrated it there. The moment the ball came off that outside edge, was hurling herself towards the striker's end, and makes it, despite the efforts of Danny Gregory in the field, who wonder if we'll see her, the excellent leg spinner, but something of a risk in these circumstances with a wet ball, but a risk worth taking, I would suggest. Oh, it's sliced away, and it's just short of Gregory, who was in a bit of a dilemma as to whether to tumble forward and try and take the catch. As it was, it spun past her. A nervy 2 for Bryce, and that's the end of the over. And Blaze just steadily closing their way towards victory, but with a lot of uncertainty about it. This game is a long way from done.
Looks like Alice Davidson Richards is coming into the bowling attack, and she could be a key player, probably one of the quicker bowlers on show in this game.
The 8th highest wicket taker in the competition this season. 15 and a very impressive average of 20. How they could do with a bit more of that here.
Yep, that very strong shoulder. The pressure is on both sides, isn't it, to try and do the business here in these closing stages. Smidgen under a runner ball required.
And remember, they've never beaten the South East Stars, the Blaze, as the Blaze or in the Lightning era in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in 4 games. They did beat them in the T20 format back in May. Davidson Richards from the City End. 3 overs left. 35 for 2. 17 to win off 18 balls. That's hit hard out into vacant space to make a lot of ground. It's a long boundary on that side. Indeed, there's no real short by any stretch.
No, it's one of those huge grounds, isn't it? Difficult to get full value for your strokes. You have to hit the ball very, very hard. Davidson Richards just making sure the fielders are all in the right places, the key fielders where they need to be.
She's just making an adjustment that might be a double bluff for a short ball, because she's now got a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, a deep backward square leg. She's got a deep mid wicket going out as well, and then deep cover is her 4th fielder out. 5-4 offside field. Short and pulled away. Lovely convincing shot, beautifully timed and into the gap by Sarah Bryce for 4. She's looked comfortably the most impressive bat for the Blaze in this innings so far, and she's demonstrated it again there. It's a lovely clean pull shot. She's on to 25.
Yeah, not great pace in the wicket with those covers sitting on it. I can understand what she's done, bowled it into the surface, but it's just sat up very invitingly for the batter, and she's absolutely nailed it straight in between the 2 fielders. Perfect execution.
12 to win off 16. They'll want to try and finish this before the final over, the Blaze. That's how teams think about these run chases now. I don't want the nerves of that. Oh well, they come a long way down, boys. In the end, Cranstone doesn't shy. Realises that shying might have given the possibility of overthrows. Dot ball. Crucial dot ball, having just had that boundary. 12 to win off 15. Was just on it a little bit early. Clever slow ball from ADR, which somewhat caught Sarah Bryce out, not literally. Bryce did well to check the shot and avoid popping a catch up. Another slow ball whipped away through the onside. They'll look for 2 to the long boundary, but they won't take it. Good quick fielding and rapid release prevents that. 1 more. 11 to win off 14.
And of course, I think you have to remember, if you're a batter out there, it's hard to adjust the eyes when you first go out, especially in these fading conditions, so you want to try and see it through.
Short, and again, wasn't really enough pace on it to trouble Boyce. It is a wicket that is a bit sticky and tacky. It's had some moisture on it. Those short balls aren't going to be leaping and popping through it. I think it's more that ADR's trying to look for that slower ball bouncer to catch them out on the timing, but Boyce wasn't falling for that. Pretty comfortable single. 10 to win off 13.
Well, she's got the 2 fielders set, hasn't she, out there on the leg side boundary.
Oh, that really is a very clever change up from ADR in terms of what she was trying, but she doesn't execute. Back 9 to win off 13. Just slightly unhappy for a second with the call of the 22-year-old umpire ADR. I think she was just maybe referring to the footwork from Sarah Bryce. We are at deep third, so forgive us, we don't have the best view in terms of being in line. It's another short ball. Slightly towed off the bat of Sarah Bryce. We'll get 1 out there. That's a good productive over though. 9 taken off it for the Blaze. And so we go to the last 2 with 8 to win, 8 wickets in hand. And well, based on those numbers, you would say that Blaze hold all the cards, but it's been an unusual day of cricket, and you sense there's still some drama left in it.
Well, quite possibly. Bryony Smith's going to bowl her second, which is her quota for this game. She couldn't bowl another one anyway with only 2 overs to go in the game. But you have to think to yourself, they need wickets. They've got to get 2 new batters out there. They've got to start looking at some other batters. All the time these 2 are there, you do feel that they'll be able to see it through.
Yeah, it's difficult to see them batting these 2 overs, not losing a wicket and failing to chase 8 off 2. That would be extraordinary. Here's Smith to start the final over. That's hit hard. Could be 4. Instead, nice Davison Richards coming around from long on, makes a good stop and keeps it to 1. 7 to win off 11.
She's got that very strong arm. Even with the slight misfield, you just can't take the risk.
Pushed in quicker and flatter. Diving stop at extra cover. Ensures that there's no 2. Good work in there from Alice Capsey. So 6 to win off 10.
The difficulty is they're just milking these singles. And that's all they need at the moment.
And I wonder if that is exactly what Bryony Smith is just going across to think with Capsey about whether it's worth changing the field for now. They've left them out. It's that dilemma of trying to elongate the contest. Whilst to Bryce, who goes for the sweep and misses. Oh, she was trying to get that behind square because there is a deep backward square leg, but she thought if she could get that finer, that's probably a boundary. 6 to win off 9. Down the ground. This could be the moment if it goes for 6. It is! It's a 6! The Blaze are into the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final. They have won this game by 8 wickets with 8 balls to spare. Sealed in style. 6 of the best from Sarah Bryce, meeting Bryony Smith's delivery on the half volley and crunching it down the ground to book their spot at the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final on Sunday at the County Ground in Northampton against the Vipers. It's a rematch of the Charlotte Edwards Cup T20 final that we saw earlier on this summer. The South East Stars lose on home soil. It was always going to be very tough for them from being from finding themselves 77 for 7. They recovered so well to at least get themselves up to 148 all out. But with rain a significant factor after 3 hours or so off on the resumption, it is the magnificent batting of Sarah Bryce that has carried the Blaze home. 28 not out off 25 for her, and it's the Blaze against the Vipers in this year's final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy.
Indeed, Michael, thank you very much indeed. Congratulations to the Blaze, commiserations to the South East Stars. We need to thank you for your persistence and indeed your dedication, listening in and joining us, enjoying the live stream. Well played to the ground staff, well played to the umpires for getting us back out there. There has to be a winner, there has to be a side beaten, and it is the Blaze who go through to the competition showpiece on Sunday. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on the live stream. We wish you a very good rest of your Thursday evening. From Michael McCann and myself, Jamie Reid, it's a very good evening to you.
Good evening.